Alright, we actually have a full bitrate today. Don't know what makes it chop in half sometimes, but today it looks okay. Feliz Jueves. Except it's not Wednesday. Okay. I think we're good. Alright, we're about to hit the October full moon, so we are going to get some story stuff here in a second. And we are also going to get a boss fight. Stool donors could be here. So even the normie shows on Fox News are now talking about how they haven't released mugshots of the shooters at the Chiefs Super Bowl parade yet, and the obvious
Yeah,
implications of that.
because Ann Coulter made a big stink about it on Bill Maher's show, and everyone laughed at her for being a conspiracy theorist, and it's all like, are you fucking retarded? Like, we've already seen the pictures. Like, you don't have to go far on Twitter in order to see the fucking people being arrested by the police. And yes, they're all black. All 4 of them were black.
Yeah.
And that's all like, the hilarious thing is that people are surprised by this kind of thing. It's like, this wasn't a random shooting, you know, like when it's the car part who just wants to kill like a lot of people. It was then just stupid, dumbass, you know, Boondocks called it the N-word moment. You know, where gangbangers just get into a fight and just start opening up and then hitting a whole bunch of innocent people for no reason because they're animals. But something like this has happened at literally every other Chiefs Super Bowl parade. There's always a shooting because it takes place in fucking St. Louis.
I've located the target. It's in the Iwatodai Station Plaza.
Or sorry, Kansas City. It's all Missouri.
Shadow. Only a few left. Let's just worry about them one at a time.
If they
That's the
actually
point,
appear
that
one
it's
at a
taking
time,
place in Missouri.
we
That's
don't
why
need
it's
2 at once
horrific.
again. Yukari-chan, how did you know? I sensed 2 of them.
This is getting out of hand.
What?
Now there are
Seriously?
2 of them.
Me and my big mouth.
Where's Shinji?
He notified me that he'll be joining us later. He didn't say why, though.
Figures. He's always played by his own rules.
I'm sure it's fine. He said he's coming later, right?
Yeah, that's already better than a certain someone who didn't show last time.
Hey, come on, that wasn't my fault. Don't worry, I'm totally ready to go this time.
Yeah, Yukari, that wasn't his fault. Don't be an ass.
Wait. Amada-kun isn't here either.
Don't be a little
Hey,
bitch
Junpei, go
lasagna.
get him. That'll be your punishment for last time.
Punishment? What is this, kindergarten? Well, I guess it is the kid's bedtime.
All right, we've got 2 targets this time. Let's get moving. We'll decide on our team formation once we get there.
Let's go.
Look, there they are. This is the route we always take to school. We've got to protect it. It's almost like they're waiting for us.
By the way, where's Amada?
Man, you know, the mayor is below the governor. The mayor should not be calling out the governor like that, Six Flags. That's, like, insubordination.
He wasn't in his room, so who knows?
What it is political posturing and
too.
nonsense. What specifically are you referring to?
Kansas City mayor accuses governor of racial dog whistle for calling Super Bowl parade shooters thugs.
Well, let me take a wild guess. Is the Kansas City mayor black?
I have no
and
idea.
The Missouri governor is not? Let me check.
We should probably hurry. I think they're about to make their move.
Okay,
We have no
yes, the
choice.
mayor of Kansas City
Let's
is
organize
black,
a team from the members we have here. Once we're set,
and the
we'll
governor
move
of Missouri is a white man. An elderly white man. Yeah, that's exactly why. Oh yeah, this is just political nonsense, and now he can campaign on, I called the old white mayor, or governor of the state, a racist, because he correctly identified the black men who killed a bunch of innocent people. Jesus Christ. All the same shit.
Hey, Austin.
No. I gotta say, it's really tough sometimes, you know, and I do the thought exercise. If you could go back in time to prevent one thing from happening, what would it be? it's really tough to choose whether or not to talk to Emperor Hadrian. That if he doesn't finish off Judea, what's gonna end up happening? Or just trying to turn the first slave ship around. You have no idea what you're bringing here.
Remember the old Real
One-
Dixon
one
Uranus
of the
tweet?
Yeah. Ooh, donors could be near.
You know, that tweet speaks to me because I know the feeling of nervousness while filling your gas tank, you know? I totally get it.
I mean, shit. The other day I was trying to fill up some gas in my tank, and two guys got into a fucking fist fight because apparently one of them took the pump that the other one wanted to get on, so then he just road raged and just started to fucking fight with the other guy. And I'm like, what the hell? Because while that fight was going on, this was a big gas station, you know, there were 24 total pumps. While they fight like that, there's 7 open pumps elsewhere in the... And I'm like, what the hell are you fighting over? Are you retarded?
Standing by to provide support.
What?
Be careful out there.
What the fuck? It's utterly pointless. Some people, you know, they're just brain dead.
The Fortune Arcana is gone? The Strength Arcana must have done something. There's no way to attack it now. You'll have to defeat the Strength Arcana first. I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time. I have to do this. Come on, Persona!
The best bet would be... Go, Polyjuice!
This will do the trick.
Roulette. It looks like wherever it stops, it will activate a different effect. Red hurts and blue helps. Allies and enemies. It doesn't discriminate. Where it stops is random, and I can't predict it. But either way, be careful.
What the heck just happened?
Did I scan on this enemy?
I'll go with...
What's next? Did I scan on this enemy?
Okay, no physicals whatsoever, okay.
I have to do this. I won't lose.
I'll take care of this. Let's go!
Shall I move to strike?
At the select.
I mean, just think about that for a second, man. How much I've been struggling lately. I'm sitting here thinking it's just a struggle bus for everybody, and then I pop into that restaurant, and it's a basic bitch fucking place, man. Not anything special. It's fucking packed in there, and they're telling me a 45-minute wait is it's fucking filled with people. I'm all like, why don't you animals go home and fucking order your damn food to be delivered, please? I'm begging you.
I mean, they're probably broke too, right? They're probably poor and they're going out because they can't afford the delivery fees. They wouldn't tip you even if they did order, you know, right? Think about it like that.
Well, while that is true, the pay adjustment's been coming in clutch for me the last couple of weeks. The pay adjustment I got today is the only reason I even fucking have any money in the first place. I'm like, man,
Pull the trigger.
it's really been doing great. So I'm like, I don't even need people to tip me anymore. Like, if the pay adjustments are going to continue to be this good, but if they're not going to continue to be this good, then obviously, yes, I do need people to tip me. But if it was just like a little bit better, it'd actually be feasible. Just because of that pay adjustment. Like, right on the cusp. Fucking wild.
Oh god. Oh god. That was bad.
Attack left to fate, targeting both friend and foe.
What to do?
Can that still be called an attack?
Yes. Why wouldn't it be?
Much obliged. Thanks. In this situation,
That helps.
Appreciate it.
Yuji, I think I can use it now.
Let's get away this.
This will do the trick. I'll show you.
Gigantic fist. God damn it. Oh no, if this lands on 300 again, I'm in a lot of trouble. If this lands on 300, I'm effed in the A. Okay, good.
Not good.
Okay. That was not so bad.
This is immense fortitude.
Never mind.
Just one more. Take that.
Bitch, you live like this?
Freeze! Stay where you are!
And you know what's crazy? Steph is obviously going to end his career with over 4,000 made threes at the rate he's going.
Yeah.
Are like, holy crap, he already, right now, where everyone's like, he's still got like at least 5 more seasons.
If he wants to.
Right now. Yeah, if he wants to. Right now, he is almost doubled up
Hey, big country.
a lot of guys who are like in the mid-teens, which include Jason Kidd, Dirk Nowitzki, Kevin Durant, J.R. Smith. He right now has already doubled up Kobe, Peja Stojakovic, way more than double Steve Nash.
Oh, yeah.
Strength has been
Nash
Like
got
a
hurt
lot
too
of
much.
great
can detect fortune
Yeah, so like a lot of great shooters and a lot of guys who just outright chucked and like took a ton of threes, and he's fucking doubled up on them. And he's still got like, if he wants to, he's still got like at least.
What to do?
Did I scan on this enemy? Analysis complete.
Electricity and fist. Okay.
This is his 15th season. Like, honestly, being completely honest here, because as he's gotten older, his jumper has not like disappeared on him. Unless he like loses his legs at some point, he can honestly play for another 10 years. Because a guy like Vince Carter continued to play to where Vince
Pull the trigger.
is like a top 5 longest career ever.
Yeah, I don't think he'd
Because
want to,
he-
though. I think he'd want to retire earlier than that. I don't see him being into it like that.
Yeah, but if he just decided, you know what, fuck it, I'll just chuck threes. Like I'll sign with some team and just be a spot up shooter. He could play for another 10 years.
I will say, if I was Curry, that's probably what I would do, but I don't think he's into it that way, you know?
Yeah. Wow, he has a lot of really weird nicknames that I've never heard anyone call him ever.
What to do?
The baby-faced assassin, never heard anyone call him that. The Human Torch, never heard anyone call him that. Breezes, never heard anyone call him that. Like, oh wow, I realized that he was born in Akron.
This roulette board.
He was what?
Steph Curry was born in Akron, Ohio. I did not know that.
Huh? Nothing's happening?
Misfire, huh? I've had enough of gambling with fate. Let's take it down.
Yeah, I remember that, Austin.
In this situation, we've already scanned this one. There!
Alright, we did it.
Uh-huh, new skill, huh?
Good job, everyone.
Oh, man. It's exhausting dealing with 2 of them at once.
Junpei, you didn't do anything.
Two claiming to be Strega did not interfere this time.
It's probably because we have their navigator. They can't outmaneuver us now. Anyway, I'm glad everything went well. Still, Aragaki-senpai never showed, huh? Amada-kun, too.
The chairman doesn't seem to be too concerned. He's already headed home.
Yamagishi, do you know where they are?
Sorry, I haven't been able to locate them yet.
Let's return to the dorm for the time being. Akihiko, are you listening?
Today is October 4th, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Go on back without me. I'm gonna go look for them.
Wait,
Oh,
Senpai?
this must be the night where that happens. Okay, big story development coming, I think. I think this is
Alright,
a...
I'll shut my mic off.
Alright, here we go.
You came, just like we agreed. Do you know why I called you here? You probably have an idea, since you skipped the operation for it. 2 years ago today, on October 4th, that was the day my mom died here. They called it a car accident, but it wasn't. I saw the whole thing. I saw my mom get killed. You murdered her! Since then, not one good thing has happened. Just being alive is torture, and all I get from people is sympathy. No matter where I go, What's the point of living like this? I've even thought about killing myself. But I wouldn't be able to face Mom like that. That's why I vowed to live until I found her killer. You! I once heard you say you wanted to forget what you did on that day. So, when I realized it was a full moon today, I knew I had to confront you. Today, Mom is with me. I'll make you remember what you did to her. I'm gonna kill you!
Do it.
Oh, no one else is back yet?
Man, I wonder why Sonata-san was acting so weird. Something about the date? What's so special about October 4th?
October 4th. That's right. I was so focused on the operation that I didn't realize it. Today is the anniversary of the day Amada's mother was killed.
She was killed?
Yamagishi, I need you to locate Aragaki and Amada immediately. There's a good chance they'll be together. Akihiko must have already realized it.
I'm on it.
What's going on?
Public records say that Amada's mother was killed in an accident, but in truth, we were the ones responsible for her death.
What?
It happened 2 years ago, when we were hunting down a shadow that appeared in the city. Aragaki had only just awakened his persona, and he lost control of it for a moment. We'd been so focused on the shadow, we hadn't accounted for any civilians in the area. Unfortunately, there was one casualty. It was Amada's mother.
No way! Are you kidding me?
Wait, so to Amada-kun, Aragaki-senpai is...
I should have considered this when Amada volunteered to join us. It's possible that he...
I found them! They're at Tatsumi Port Island! They're together. And I'm picking up someone else, too.
Is it Akihiko?
Wait, this is... No, it's Striga!
Hey, isn't that a problem?
What the hell kind of line is that? Is that a problem?
Come on, we gotta follow her.
Is that okay? As a matter of fact, it isn't.
Do it. I won't stop you. You're right. I just wanted to forget. That's why I left everyone behind. And tried to use the drugs to suppress my power. But
Nice meme.
nothing I did could erase the memory. No matter what I do, I always end up back here. It's my fault. This is what I deserve. But I gotta give you a warning.
A warning.
You take my life, and you're going to end up just like me. You better be prepared for that.
What? Are you begging for your life?
Even if all you have now is hatred, one day you'll regret it.
Shut up! That's bullshit!
I must say, I agree. These are not his sins to bear. That is the nature of revenge. Is it not permissible to kill those who are themselves killers?
That's right.
What do you want?
Losing one of our own has posed a slight challenge for us, but we cannot simply turn a blind eye to all the trouble you've caused.
You bastard.
Fear not. This life is but a stepping stone. I shall deliver unto you both salvation.
What'd you say?
My, protecting your would-be murderer? Oh, but that's right. Whether or not to this boy's revenge, you are fated to die regardless.
What does he mean?
You've been taking those suppressants for some time now. You don't have much longer.
That's bullshit!
Listen to your body. The signs have already begun.
What are you talking about? You're just going to die? No matter what? Even if I don't do anything? That's not fair! This is all I've been living for! What was even the point then?
The cause of death is hardly of importance. Besides, the breath of life is faint in you as well, child. You were planning to join him once the deed was done, were you not?
Mata. What?
This may be a bit ill-timed, but no matter. It matters not whose life I take first. You're both destined to perish anyway.
Shut the fuck up!
That definitely would have gone through him and hit the kid, too. Just saying.
No!
Now then, with what life you have left, answer me this. There is a navigator in your ranks similar to Chidori, is there not? You've been killing the shadows we wish to protect with startling efficiency before we can even arrive. Tell me, which one of you is it? If you don't expedite your answer, then this will hurt you more than it hurts me. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Or are you ready to talk?
There's no one.
Wait! It's me.
Really now?
It's the truth. That's the only reason they let me join, even though I'm a kid.
What are you?
Quiet. I wasn't talking to you.
It doesn't matter now. I'll never have my revenge. I don't have any reason to live. What's the point in fighting anymore?
I see. So, you accept salvation. What a beautiful end to your life. Very well. You shall go first. Rest peacefully.
God, they don't do any anime cutscenes. They're all CG.
Mom.
Just what was that for? What reason could you possibly have to risk your life for this
What
child?
life? He's already dead. You said it yourself, you fucking... That doesn't make any sense.
Your companions? How very unfortunate. The fun had just begun.
Shinji! Hang in there!
Aragaki!
Senpai! Aragaki-san!
What's with the long face? Isn't this exactly what you wanted? It's all right. Hold on to that anger. Let it be your strength. You've still got your whole life ahead of you, don't you, kid? to live for yourself.
We'll need quiet.
Yeah, we're not done yet.
Can't.
Sorry.
Okay. Look after him. I will.
So this is way longer than the scene in the original game. They fleshed it out a lot.
Should be.
But they didn't change the fundamental idea here. Alright, time to go back to social links now that we just watched a man die. You could probably take the day off from school and it would be okay after that. It would be fine.
No words can express the sense of loss we feel as a result of this terrible tragedy.
Dude, he didn't even go to this school anymore.
A lifetime of opportunity ahead of him. As educators, we are to blame for ignoring his silent calls for help. We tragically lost him to senseless violence before we had a chance to help him realize his true potential. Forgive us. Forgive us for our negligence.
He just never stops talking. I'd never even heard of any Aragaki. Had you?
I heard he never came to school. Probably just some punk. I just want to get home. I gotta study for my mock exam.
Hey, you guys know who this Aragaki is? Wait, you're not even in the same year. No way you'd know him then. Anyways, it's crazy that stuff like this really happens, huh? Huh? Well, whatever. I was just asking.
Shut up.
Huh? What are you getting up for?
I said shut the hell up!
Iori, sit down.
Damn it!
Just ignore them, Junpei. Hey, have you seen Sanada-senpai today? He was absent this morning. I wonder if he'll show up at all. I hope he's okay.
Do you have a moment?
Oh, sure.
We're almost done
When
here,
you get back
Snacks.
today, let's meet in the lounge. I think you all know the reason.
Right.
I don't expect you to have your thoughts in order. I'm not even sure what to do myself. All right? I'll see you then.
So it's about Amada, huh? Well, this'll be a fun meeting.
Yeah.
Hey. At the usual for lunch. I was wondering what ramen tastes like when you skip class. It's surprisingly good. You could have invited me at least once, you know. Come on, say something. Why do you have to be like that? Always going off without saying a word. Put yourself in my shoes for a change. You think it's the other way around? Yeah, you're right. I was always the one running off on my own. I was too obsessed with getting stronger, ever since I lost Miki. That's all I've cared about. I thought if I was strong enough, I could protect anyone, but I was wrong. And now you're gone too. God, it's like the world is laughing at me. I knew what we were getting into. I knew we were putting our lives on the line, but I was so focused on fighting that I didn't see anything else. It doesn't matter how strong I was. Look what happened! I know, Shinji. Crying won't change anything, right? I don't need you to tell me that. In the end, I can't run away from who I am. I've had enough of this.
Oh, I don't even know if that's better. That it only attacks one enemy.
Rest easy, Shinji. You just watch from there with Miki. I've still got a job to do. Isn't that right?
You all know the reason we're gathered here.
Oh, okay, we're just gonna keep going, huh?
We need to discuss how to deal with Amada. I've already consulted the chairman. I guess bring him here.
Understood. It's my fault. I knew it was strange when Aragaki-senpai told me he'd be late, but I didn't say anything. If I'd only listened to my intuition, this wouldn't have happened.
That's right. It's not your fault. If there's anyone who should have realized, it's me.
I should have been taking things more seriously, too. I knew this wasn't a game. But I never thought it'd end up like this.
There's no point dwelling on the past. Shinji's last words were, "This is how it should be." He was a hell of a guy. He even faced death with a smile. So, from this day forward, I'll face things head on too.
This is how it should be. Huh.
Senpai.
Reporting in. Amada-san is not in his room.
He's not?
Evidence indicates that his window has been pried open.
Amada-kun! Oh, wait, Fuka, where are you going? Do you even know where to look?
Well, no, but we can't just let him go off on his own, right?
You're just gonna run around without a clue? You'll never find him like that.
Maybe not, but we have to try. Amada-kun has nowhere else to go. I know exactly how that feels.
But where do we even look?
You of all people should understand, Yukari-chan!
Can't you detect him
Fuka.
with your persona ability?
I didn't mean to.
Give him some time. Dragging him back won't change how he feels. And we can't protect him forever.
Akihiko.
It's his choice. He's the only one who can decide how to live his life.
We all choose our own paths.
Alright, so that's the end of the big story dump. I will be right back. Good timing. Gotta run ads. When I get back, we will continue on. Alright, I'm back. Alright, welcome back, everybody. So, Snacks, I don't know if you saw, but I guess Carmelo Anthony recently said the Lakers almost traded for him in 2011. Like, the trade was in place and the Knicks eventually decided they didn't do it. Wasn't that literally 1 year after he got traded to the Knicks?
If the Knicks were going to trade him, then yes. If you mean that he almost ended up on the Lakers instead of the Knicks, the timeline's really close there. If I remember right, Melo ended up in New York at the same time Duran ended up in New Jersey.
Something like that, yeah. That sounds right.
Yeah, everybody was talking about how it was the end of an era, the league was all changing and shit. Because you had the Heatles that formed. And even though the Spurs would eventually recover, that season they lost to the 8th-seeded Grizzlies. So everyone's like, "Oh my God, it's such a different landscape than ever before."
Yeah, Zebo dismantled Tim Duncan in that series. Just ate him alive. To my recollection, that was the series that made Tim Duncan be like, okay, if I want to stick around, I got to change the way I'm doing things. And it like changed his workout routine and made him change the way he approached, the game and stuff. He was like, either I retire or I completely change how I'm doing things. I don't know, Drop Top. Maybe the idea of trading for Justin Fields.
And Popovich also decided to start changing things around because the season afterward, you had that god-awful Charlotte Bobcats team that had the least amount of wins in the history of the league, or the lowest winning percentage, something like that. One of those records. Boris Diaw was on that team, and then the Spurs picked him up.
Diaw was a fun player.
How many? You're handing that over? Alright, I'll take that.
Don't. No.
You're handing that over? Alright, I'll take that. How many? Sure now. Sure. It's a deal. All done here? Be seeing you.
Drop Top, I think that Justin Fields is terrible. I think he's a really bad football player. How good do you think Kobe, Gasol, Carmelo would have worked from 2011 on? Feels like it wouldn't have worked.
Awful.
Feels like it wouldn't have worked very well.
Yeah, it would have been terrible. Like, I was watching this thing today where Melo was talking about OKC did him dirty and all that kind of shit, and it's like, man, this guy's just filled with fucking excuses, isn't he? Like, it's insane how he is so talented and so high up there in all-time ability to score as a player. Like, you could put that dude into any era in the history of the league and he'd dominate. But mentally, he's just so cooked.
Register is overriding acceptable completed registration. Very well. We look.
I wonder if everything would have been okay if he had gone to Detroit like he probably should have as a rookie and learned from Larry Brown and been under so many good veterans.
I feel like Larry Brown probably would have strangled him, and if he didn't, then Feed would have.
sir.
As usual, I observe no abnormalities in Koromaru-san's physical or mental status today. May I have a moment of your time? There is something I wish to speak with you about. I was performing research today and came
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of
information.
YouTube clips of Sheeds doing interviews, and I don't know if he has a podcast or what, but man, he has some hilarious things to say. And a lot of interesting stuff, too. He was talking about Darko, and he's all like, Darko could ball, man. Like, what made him not work out was not that he wasn't a good player. It's that he actually ended up in the worst possible situation he could have been in by getting drafted by Detroit. What do you think? So because of that, there was no incentive for him to try at all. So, like, he wouldn't show up to practices because why the hell would he? We're not going to do anything with him. So, like, everybody, you know, all the players and all the coaching staff, they're like, yeah, man, just kick it. Just, you know, lay back, do nothing, you know. Ain't no need to try or work hard or none of this. And it's like, that is an environment that really fosters laziness. And he was saying all this, talking about the whole Melo thing. He's like, anybody we drafted probably would have ended up in the same situation. We wouldn't have needed them, and we wouldn't have trusted them with a heavy load of the offense. So, unless they had like a legendary level of fucking work ethic like Kobe, they were just set up to fail, essentially.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, Darko was obviously very talented. I mean, Darko even had a little bit of success when he went to Minnesota, I remember, after Detroit.
It's stated that there is a specific time of year in which one can reunite with the dead. It appears as though spirits return to the living realm during this time. What exactly does this mean? Once an organism comes to the end of its lifespan, its physical body will deteriorate. But does this mean that there is a spirit that exists independent of one's physical form? And in that case, would that mean that Aragaki-san is... Welcome back, Koromaru-san. What are you holding? It appears as though he wishes us to have it. Why don't we gratefully accept? Now, let's return to the dorm, shall we?
No, I just sent you a post on X, by the way.
Yeah, that's the definition of salt. I mean, wow.
I will...
Like,
yeah, I
fucking
will...
FDR in second? Are you shitting me?
Yeah, I will concede that there have been more bad U.S. presidents than good ones, but there's no way a stuffed suit should be 14th. And anybody should be able to acknowledge that.
What's really crazy here is it's like, on what fucking planet would you even have LBJ ahead of Kennedy? LBJ was so wildly unpopular compared to Kennedy that fucking Nixon won. Like, why would LBJ be ahead of Kennedy in the ranking? That doesn't make any sense at all. Having Obama in 7th place? Like, what did Obama actually do? Holy fuck. And of course, yeah, you know, Trump being dead last is all like, wow, just fucking definition salt. Oh, like FDR in second place. What the hell? I don't even know why Truman's so high up either. Like, that top 10 is just insane.
It's because of all those rice cookers he dropped on Japan.
Seriously.
Very well. Good day. Are you accepting a request? Very well.
Fantastic. This Groiper account comes in, he says, what are the historians' last names? Oh man, that is tremendous. You'll love to see it.
I didn't think people even liked LBJ even on a partisan scale, really.
They don't. LBJ is really not well liked. Like, he was a known racist. The JFK files coming out actually said that he was a fucking Ku Klux Klan member. And at the time when those files came out, people tried to just justify it by saying, well, you know, if you were a politician in the South, that's just how things were done back then. That's the same shit they said to excuse Robert Byrd. And so, like, well, that's at least one U.S. president that you have, like, incontrovertible proof literally was a member of the KKK. And they actually have that guy ahead of Kennedy when Kennedy's, like, their superhero? That doesn't make any sense. Because, like, when they push Obama as being so great, they're like, yeah, he's like a black Kennedy. They don't say he's a black LBJ. Like, what the fuck? LBJ was president when the FBI was spying on MLK. LBJ was president when the FBI was spying on every civil rights leader, like, also Malcolm X. Like, LBJ was president when a lot of civil rights leaders were killed and people suspected CIA involvement. If the CIA had been involved, it would have been at the order of fucking LBJ, and they've got him ahead of Kennedy. What?
He was so unpopular, he didn't even bother running for re-election because he didn't need to deal with that shit.
Yeah. Like, there's a lot to acknowledge about LBJ as a person that is impressive. For instance, I think he was the hardest working president that we've ever had. But that means nothing in terms of his actual accomplishments and what good he actually did. He was not on the side of good and justice, especially since we also know now that the Gulf of Tonkin was in fact a false flag that was used to justify increased U.S. involvement in Vietnam. Which LBJ famously fucking ordered. They have him ahead of JFK, and he's fucking sitting... Unbelievable. Because I'm like, the strongest economy that the United States ever had in its entire history as a nation was when Calvin Coolidge was in office. He's not in the top 10, but LBJ is. I mean, obviously there's a ton of egregious shit here, but I'm just sitting here like, even if you want to accept this as being the partisan bullshit that it is, even in that sense, it doesn't make any sense to have LBJ so high.
Austin, he only won one election, so he could have run for another term. He chose not to. LBJ.
Hello, this is Elizabeth speaking. I'm calling in regard to a recent change in
If you take over for a
And-
president, that doesn't count as your first term.
It only counts as your first term if you were in office for over half of the term. Let's say that JFK was killed like the day after he took office, then LBJ getting sworn in, that would count as his first term. But because JFK was killed in 1963, there was only 1 year remaining on that term. So for LBJ, yes, that could have counted. Or rather, that would not have counted as his first term. So he could have run for re-election again. A lot of the cases in history where this kind of thing comes into effect, though, was before the 2-term limits were imposed. So you don't often see it being brought up in history. That being the case, I don't blame anyone for not knowing. But, yeah. LBJ didn't even win his first election because they rigged that fucking shit like crazy against Goldwater. Everybody knows it. Fuck me, I never noticed that. In years. Holy shit.
What's up?
This cartoon is 20 years old. I never knew. I'm watching the Justice League cartoon with Kevin Conroy and written by Bruce Timm and Paul Dini. You know, the actual good DC Animated Universe stuff. And it's a 3-part episode that they do where the 6 of the 7 travel back in time to World War II, not Batman. Because while they were protected by Green Lantern's powers, there was a time travel event that took place from a villain called Vandal Savage. And he used his time travel device that he invented to travel back in time to World War II with a laptop computer, which he used to replace Hitler as the dictator of Germany. And he conquered the Earth.
Right.
So they, before they travel back in time to stop him, they're in the present day where the future's been changed, where Vandal Savage is now the dictator of Earth. And this is what I'm saying is that in 20 years I've never noticed this because it's something that's like off in the side. You don't notice it. But I was like, that's weird. So I paused it because, you know, I can actually do that now. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, holy shit. When they're in the present day, in the changed timeline, Batman doesn't become Batman. Instead, he starts up a resistance group to fight against the government regime of Vandal Savage. And they show everyone's wearing their combat helmets except for 2 people. And it's the young man and the young woman, and they kiss. And this is all going on as Batman's explaining the resistance. And it's essentially like a teen love, fight the power, you know, rebel against authority kind of thing.
Right.
But the young man and the young woman, as I pause and I look at this because they look familiar, I realize it's the exact character model and design for Dick Grayson and Barbara Gordon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so just it's often you know it's a one-off. It's all of 3 seconds on the screen, but I'm all like, oh, in 20 years I never noticed that alternate future Batman still managed to find Dick Grayson and Barbara Gordon and take them under his wing and train them to be resistance fighters, and then they still ended up falling in love and becoming an item in this alternate history. I'm just like, holy shit. 20 years, I never noticed that.
And it's just a little background event?
Yeah. That's the way that they used to do things. And it was neat. But you could have moments like this where 20 fucking years later you're noticing something for the first time. As opposed to what they do nowadays, where they fucking like, hey, here's a big sign, look, it's, you know, this thing that we worked hard on doing. Like, what the fuck?
Okay.
Man, he's even got his Nightwing ponytail going on. That's crazy.
When Mom died, protecting me, no one believed the truth. To this day, they say she died in an accident that didn't even happen. That's why I wanted to clear the record. I thought that's what she would have wanted. Maybe then she'd finally be at peace. They said he died in some violent crime, right? No one knows the truth. Just like with Mom. And now, I'm going to be left behind. Just like always.
The dead are never coming back. You have to accept that. But you still have your life. I'm not here to bring you back. You can waste away here if that's what you want. But if you still have the will to fight, then come back and stand on your own two.
Vandal Savage in the DC Comics universe is actually pretty neat. The premise is he doesn't have superpowers. He's just an immortal human. When he was a caveman, he fell asleep next to a strange meteor that landed on Earth. And the radioactivity of the strange meteor essentially gave him immortality. So he's just a human that can't die. So if he receives some kind of horrific wound that would kill him, he just regenerates. So anytime they use him, they have to keep in mind, it's like, okay, so the guy's a super genius and he's a human. So he's invulnerable to damage, basically. But he's still just a human. So, like, how would he win? Other than just, like, get his ass kicked over and over.
I've known it all along. I've just been lying to myself.
Oh yeah, I saw this.
What a bizarre thing to say.
Well, you know, in a way, it's good. Because, the last time they were this concerned about a single justice, they had the power and capability to just whack them. So it means we're doing pretty fucking good if they're trying to bribe him instead of just killing him. Because killing him would be easier if they could get away with it.
I needed something to hate. To keep myself going. I couldn't face the thought of being alone. That's exactly what happened. All this time.
I think it's pretty funny, though, you know, the guy that's responsible for finally putting an end to Roe v. Wade and saving the lives of countless untold unborn children. But you think you could just bribe that guy with money to stop being a force for good.
All right. I'm not running away. I'm not running away anymore. I swear it. Aragaki-san, I'll see this through to the end.
Great. He gets an upgraded persona. Too bad I never use him in battle ever, so it doesn't matter.
Pretty funny in this episode. When they do go back in time, alternate future Batman helps them raid the base where they have the time machine.
Mm-hmm.
So they start explaining that they're going to have to go into the past to change things back. And then Batman's like, "You're telling me that all this, my whole life, is because someone went back in time and changed the past?" Yes. Like, then you have to go back. Because if you go back, doing this could save my parents. Because his parents got killed for speaking out against the regime. And Superman just stares at him for like 3 seconds and he says, "I can't promise that."
Goodbye, Mom. I'll be okay now.
It's already been a day.
Yes, it has.
So Donkey made a video the other day called The Death of the PS5. It basically seems like the PS6 is actually pretty close. And basically he said that, the PS5 never really got to have a full life cycle, it feels like, compared to other consoles. And, I mean, if we are really just a few years away from the PS6, that's kind of depressing, admittedly.
I mean, it feels like just yesterday when people were so hype over the PS5 and scalpers were selling it for like $2,000 on eBay, and all these years later, it still doesn't have any games.
Like, I have close to 100 PS2 games. And that's obviously been accumulated over 2 decades, almost 2.5. But, like, I have over 50 PS3 games and about 50 PS4 games. I have, like, 12 PS5 games right now. And, at the way things are going, I might get to, like, 20, 25. Part of that is because I have this incredibly good computer, but, I mean, it's still a thing.
So, where's Sonata-san?
Bro, this comic is fucking hilarious. The guy who was doing the illustrations for Razorfist's upcoming comic, he does a lot of great comics. I'm sure you've seen a number of them already. I'll post a few examples of his stuff. But somebody was talking about how truck drivers are fascist and racist because truckers called for a 7-day boycott of the state of New York after the Trump ruling. So he made this political comic as the.
What do you think?
That is hilarious. If I could get a fucking functional thing like that for my car, I totally would.
So you agree with Akihiko then?
Hilarious.
I'm going right now to...
Amada-kun!
So what kind of dog do you guys think Koromaru is? Like, he looks like a husky, but his mannerisms are more like a Shiba. He's like an albino Shiba Inu. But, I don't know, he makes me think of a husky because his colorization looks way more like a husky to me.
All I've got is Dog Pill. Anyway, here's an example of the kinds of comics this guy does. I'm sure you've seen his stuff before.
Okay.
I'm sure you'd be able to recognize that art style.
Will you continue to fight?
Yes. I'm done running away.
All right. I'll go and talk to the chairman. You should get some rest.
Okay.
Really excited, because after he's done doing the Razor Fist comic thing, the next work he's going to work on is going to be a short story kind of comic thing, a short graphic novel. It's supposed to be a horror novel about a woman who was haunted by the ghosts of all the abortions that she had. And I'm all, this sounds like an absolute banger, man. Like, good God.
Yes. I know you didn't watch most of the Super Bowl, so you probably didn't see that, but I thought you might find that amusing. That's a screenshot from a commercial break during the Super Bowl.
Oh, man. Dude. If I had the money to pay for a Super Bowl commercial, I would absolutely run a commercial like that.
Yeah, and I'm being serious, by the way. That's not a meme. That was actually something that happened during the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I did hear about that, yes.
Okay. That's true. Ooh. Let's see this poem. Well, but she didn't give me any directions. Wave them. Wag.
Hi. It's pretty chilly tonight. Can you believe it's already autumn? It'll be winter before you know it. You look a little tired. Did something happen? Oh, you did? In this world, people die every day. Until recently, I thought that was as normal as the changing of the seasons. But now, I understand why people mourn. For the first time, I have a friend. Lately, I've been remembering things more clearly. You recall the end you've spoken of?
That's a great point.
Calling it the fall as well. It's drawing closer each night. Can't you feel it? You and I are like kindred spirits. So, I wonder why I'm the only one who remembers. This is tearing me up. Could it be that you can't accept me for who I am? I'm sorry if I wasn't making any sense today. Maybe it's the change of season, but we're still friends. That will never change. Well, I'll be going for now. Good night.
My foot. What hormone is the one in your brain that provides a sense of achievement? I'm pretty sure it's dopamine. Let me check.
No. Achievement. That should be serotonin.
Let me see here.
Dopamine is just like a quick hit. Serotonin is like lasting satisfaction. Is serotonin an option? Because if it's not, then it'd be dopamine.
No, there's
Even though
there's melatonin, dopamine, and histamine.
That'd be dopamine, even though it's incorrect. Because melatonin is a sleep aid.
Right.
Yeah. That is so unforgivably Jewish. Black.
Guarding concentration camps. And it says here, there's a note that, do you have any idea what you just said? Austin, I'm pretty sure it's just write-ins, right? I'm pretty sure.
What is what?
Can you vote for someone who dropped out in the primaries, or will it just be Trump and a write-in option? And I'm pretty sure it's just going to be Trump and a write-in option unless Nikki Haley is still in the race.
Yeah. However, depending on the primary, they may have dropped out, but if they still filed the required forms and everything for that primary, they may still appear on that ballot. For instance, Mike Pence still appeared on the Nevada ballot.
Right.
Even though he had suspended his campaign. So that's the answer to your question, is it'll be Trump and anyone else who still had filed. As the primary goes on, it'll be less and less likely that there's any other names on that ballot. But while we're still here early, heading into Super Tuesday, there's a possibility that those ballots will still have people like Chris Christie on there.
tongue technique. And I'll do it too.
Go, 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 go! Ow! Hot, hot!
Whew. Oh, looks like it's a tie. Not many people can keep up with me. I'm impressed. That's so. Guess it was close then.
What's really great about that Justice League episode I was talking about is that at the very end of the episode, obviously they beat the bad guy, they defeat Vandal Savage and set the timeline back to normal. So what they do, because the Savage has been defeated and he runs off in defeat and disgrace, they're like, well, what do we do now? They being the Germans, they're like, well, what do we do now? And it was like some fucking Yoda-like moment. It was like, no, there is another. And then they fucking open up the door to this cryogenic lab. They literally froze Hitler so that they could unfreeze him if they needed another fear. Oh, man, it was fucking hilarious.
I knew you had potential when I met you.
It's pretty wild, you know, what a different time it was when they made this stuff. Because they not only did they show Hitler there, but they actually named Hitler a couple of times. There's one Justice League episode where, you know the character Gorilla Grodd?
No, I don't.
Well, he's part of a race of hyper-intelligent gorillas who are... basically, it's exactly like I said, a hyper-intelligent gorilla.
Right.
So he's capable of speech, he walks upright and stuff like that. But Grodd is different from other gorillas where he actually has the capability to use mind control. He's a psychic and telepathic genius gorilla thing. But in the final season of Justice League, he starts essentially the Legion of Doom to oppose the Justice League and make it possible for villains to actually be villains. So he gets to join their group, and he has left his first mission. He wants them to steal a secret object that they never tell him about. So finally, at the end of the episode, he gives them the package this item was contained in. Grodd opens it up, and he takes out a spear, and he says, it's the Spear of Longinus, which is already extraordinary enough that they'd have that in a children's cartoon. They believe that whoever holds it would be able to dominate the world. This is a fucking children's cartoon. They wouldn't even dare show Funny Mustache Man in cartoons these days.
Heck of a fight today. See you around.
Well, yeah, obviously, Austin, there's not anything else left to say. The thing is, there are benefits to running a losing presidential campaign sometimes that make it worth it for these people to still run. Like, Mitt Romney ran a losing campaign in 2008 against John McCain, but it got his name out there, and it opened up a window that allowed him to win the nomination relatively easily in 2012. So you can run and lose the primary and still have it be worth your while.
Yeah, although people like Mike Pence and Chris Christie, they have no fucking shot ever. Nikki Haley may be semi-relevant down the line, just because she's a woman and there's a bunch of dipshits who will simp for her. Just look at Kristen Sinema. But, I think if he wanted to continue down the line, Vivek's probably got the best shot, at an actual future. Boy, I sure hope it's over. Fuck me. That might just kill my run right there.
I mean, I think Ramaswamy did enough, Austin, to get his name out there for next time. And I'm sure there's some.
Shot. I don't even see it.
And I'm sure there's some part of Vivek that is also focused on, like, I'm not trying to split the party right now. I do want Trump to win the general election, so I'm not going to get in his way when the voting actually starts. So, I think that,
Yeah, more than likely he was running from the start to hope that he would get enough recognition from it that he'd be able to secure some kind of position with Trump moving forward, is my guess.
Mm-hmm.
If let's just say for the first actual election that they did, where he dropped out after, if he fucking showed out, I think he still would have dropped out, but he would have been like, "Oh, this is fantastic, because now I can show Trump even more how relevant I am to this whole thing." I think I might have just bought a vice presidential nomination.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The real question, though, is what would happen if he somehow came in first place? Like, let's say he dominated in first place at the level that Trump actually dominated in real life.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder.
Well, I'm sure he'd still be in, because at that point you'd probably be like, I think I got a real chance of winning. Why would I drop out when I can win?
Yeah, seriously.
Sorry, no refunds.
The Bernie Sanders campaign slogan. Fucking 1140 damage crit. Holy fuck. That's a spicy meatball.
Come on, Max, Max, Max. Oh, not quite.
Max Payne.
I would like a Diet Coke. And I also have an announcement to make.
Sure, you can't do that. That's a lot of damage.
I mean, Austin, the answer is Gavin Newsom, right? That's the only one that actually makes sense. That's the only serious one that's worth thinking about, I think.
Yeah. As someone who lives in California, you guys should fucking hope and pray he stays far away from any federal position at all. The guy is super cancer. Like,
He unironically sat there and said, "Yes, we did clean up San Francisco when the Chinese came to visit. That's just what you do, you know. When you invite one of your neighbors over to your house, you clean up after yourselves." And it's like, why the fuck didn't you just do this before? Dullard, you weren't supposed to say that. Of course, that's what we did. Good God.
kiss my ass.
Kramer's big speech.
Have you gotten used to battling with a persona? Very well then.
I hate. Yeah. I find that getting a pizza on my own is a pain in the ass because there's always too much food for one meal. And saving it is a pain, so I usually don't get it. But I gotta say, that Little Caesars thing that you talked about today sounded pretty dang good.
Yeah, it was really nice. I was sitting there like, man, how many of the pizza places, like, for fucking way more than $14 would give you, like, a much worse experience?
I am finding that if you strategically use the fast food restaurants apps to get free food or cheap food, you can still actually eat at fast food places relatively cheap, but they really make you jump through hoops so you can get it. They don't make it easy.
I believe it.
Are you accepting a let's hear the result? Very well then. Come to think. By all means. Please paint my powerful persona a pretty purple. Please paint my powerful this is harder than I thought. Very well.
I'm good.
We stacking crit, boys. Love to see it.
And that's all there is to it.
expecting a let's hear the
Eh.
Is that if I make
What the hell?
I will await a report.
Been the
Alright,
mushrooms
guys.
on every single
I'll be
night.
right back. Okay, we are back. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You have Uno! Everyone has Uno. You know, last night, Austin, I had a dream that the Seahawks got Ken Norton Jr. back as their linebacker coach. And then I woke up and we actually got an assistant linebacker coach in real life who was not Ken Norton Jr. So that was kind of interesting.
You know, that reminds me of one time. One time I had a dream that I was going to meet a woman and fall in love. And then I woke up and I met a woman that looked like Ken Norton. So... Uh-oh.
Please paint my powerful persona a pretty purple. Please paint my powerful this is harder than I thought. Very well.
Yeah, I think critting there is just unfair. Oh my god.
So for this run, I stacked crit chance and crit damage that I do. And my starting weapon is a sniper rifle, and I've been pumping the hell out of its damage abilities. And then it got a special modification that turns it into a sawn-off shotgun. But it still hits as hard. It just shoots out. It's got a lower range now. It shoots out 5 bullets instead of 1 that all do the same damage. So when they crit, they do 1,700 damage per bullet, but there's 5 of them. So if I'm right up in somebody's face and I shoot him, and it crits, then it does 1,700 times 5 damage, and I'm just one-shotting bosses right now.
This is hilarious.
Let's hear the result. Is that true? Let's hear the Very well.
Okay, I now have 100% crit chance. Everything dies instantly, my god.
Got some new things in stock. Check it out if you got the time. All done here. Be seeing you.
Oh my god. I'm critting for... because that also massively increased my crit damage. One of those bullets now does 3,600 damage. Holy shit.
What are some examples of a song where you prefer a cover version of it to the original?
The Sound of Silence. I like Disturbed doing it more than Simon and Garfunkel.
Oh, it's you.
You are. Yeah. I don't.
Akihiko, regarding mathematical proof.
All right. We got this.
Trigonometry, huh? This is a fun one. I'd say using the law of cosines here would be the quickest. First, you need to set up an equation. Then, since A and C are prime numbers, you can rearrange it like this and done.
C'est magnifique! A brilliant method.
I thought these kinds of problems were easy for you. Were you just testing me?
I didn't mean anything by it. True, I did have in mind a number of ways to solve this, but I found myself wondering about your thought process. I have to say, your speed and accuracy were impressive.
Then I'll test you on the next one. Let's race and see who can solve it quicker.
Oh, it's been quite some time already. We should remember to take breaks.
That's pretty damn funny.
Focusing for too long has diminishing returns.
Like, Lillard never wanted to be in Milwaukee, and it's kind of funny because as you're watching the problems that the team has, I don't think it's that Lillard is washed. I think he's just a bad fit.
Yeah,
and they never bothered to.
Yeah, he's not
consider that.
washed.
Like, they never bothered to consider whether or not that was going to actually work with what they had. They just, oh my god, we could get Damian Lillard. Let's fucking pull that trigger. Like, he doesn't really work with the squad that you guys have. Like, with the identity of the team that you tried to build here, that was not the move, I don't think.
Well then, why don't we resume in...
Of course, I'm a Heat fan, so having said that, it kind of just comes off like I'm, sour grapes. But I'm like, considering the way that our team's constructed, I don't even know if Lou is a good fit for us either. He's ball dominant, he plays no defense, and he needs to be taking every shot.
Even a short workout's a nice change of pace. What were you guys planning on doing?
I was thinking of making some tea. What about you?
You hear that, Mitsuru? Looks like he and I are on the same page.
I'm well aware that exercise is good for the brain. What I'm worried about is your lack of restraint. Every time you run, you push yourself to the limit. I would hardly call that a refresher.
Yeah, I know I tend to go a little overboard. Sometimes, I guess. Fine, I won't go for a run. Guess I'll just do a few stretches.
I appreciate you inviting us today.
Blazers fans in the chat, how did you guys win games with Lillard before? Like, what does he need in order to not suck?
I think the answer is a system built. It's kind of like when Allen Iverson was on the Sixers, right? bunch of guys who are willing to
Yeah.
kill themselves setting screens and getting rebounds and playing defense.
Yeah, like he literally had Mutombo fucking winning Defensive Player of the Year is the only reason he ever made the finals.
Usually the senpai's role to do these kinds of things. But we decided to take you up on it.
And Mutombo was never that good again. Bless him, he spent his life force on that season, but
Yeah. We'll help push you as far as your brain can go.
that's just tough.
Won't know what hit him.
For now, let's call it a day. Make sure to get your rest, both of you. Good morning. Yes.
That's all for today.
Do you remember that King of the Hill episode with the tornado?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where Dale is... I just fucking laughed the minute I remember. But Dale is telling Hank the story about how like he's measuring the wind speed of a tornado based off of the strength with which it can throw an egg. And he's all like, a Category 5 tornado is so strong it can hurl an egg through a barn door. 2 barn doors if one of them's open. And like fucking Bobby's listening to this, so he just grabs an egg. And then at the end of the episode, the tornado's coming down. He's like, "This is the moment I've been waiting for." And he throws it, and it just blows right back in his face and smacks him. That was the greatest fucking gag I think they'd ever done.
It's like in The Big Lebowski when they try to put Donnie's ashes out to sea.
Oh, yeah. That was fantastic. It's just like the dude's not even reacting to it at all. He's just like, son of a bitch. He's just like accepting it as it's all over his face. Oh man, it's tremendous.
Okay. Yeah, I heard about that big country.
Man, this is good. If I had the money, I'd get some for Mom. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I get to eat here for free. Not just here, but every restaurant in the strip mall. They're all supporting me. I'm the only one who can eat as much as I want, wherever I want. But I feel kind of bad, like I'm taking advantage of their kindness, so sometimes I pay the bill anyway. Someday, I'll pay them back for everything. But for now, I gotta take whatever I can get. That's why I have to make it big. It's for everyone who's been helping me. Well, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. A little pressure can be a great motivator. All that matters is how you deal with it. By the way, who would you say is your biggest rival? True, can be your own worst enemy, but at the same time, your greatest ally. You do get it. There isn't really anyone left who I want to compete with. The other guys on my team can't even keep up with me. Guess what I'm looking for is a real challenge. Hey, you should think about taking track more seriously. Then we can really push each other. I even reach new limits. We'll catch each other between training sessions. Later.
Oh, welcome back. I have a suggestion.
Stay out of my territory.
Isn't that what Jimmy said to that that other Nokia salesman when he was
Yes. Stay out of my lavatory.
Exactly. Do you think Jimmy got conjugal visits from Kim when he was in jail?
I think that was kind of implied when they interviewed the show runners about the end of the series. They basically implied that because of what he did, Kim and Jimmy are back together. And, I mean, they can't have a very meaningful mental or spiritual relationship when he's in jail for the rest of his life. So the only thing left is the physical. When you think about it.
To be fair, it's kind of the perfect situation for both of them because, you know, she only has to hear "yep" once a week. And
well, then again, there was that joke from Office Space where they're like, "Oh, if we get caught, we'll just go to like white collar prison," which, you know, we even get conjugal visits, and then they find out they stole so much money they'd actually go to Pound Me in the Ass prison, where you get a different kind of conjugal visit, so maybe it's not even allowed because he ended up going to a max security prison, right?
well, remember the visit that we did get to see at the very end of the series. They were in a room together, privately by themselves.
Yeah.
Even if a conjugal's not allowed, I mean, he can get it up and finish before they could stop him. So I mean.
It's like, God, you remember
Mission Impossible theme starts playing.
Silence of the Lambs? That one inmate throws his semen at,
Oh, God.
Clarice.
Man. Yeah, that was a... Yeah.
And Anthony Hopkins is like, you got to get out of here before he can reload. After like 30 seconds. I wish
Stays it up in a jar all week just for a moment like this. Jesus.
I'm gonna make pancakes.
What an absolute lad.
Think you can help? I guess you could say I've got a craving. I used to eat them all the time at the
Yes,
I
Blossom.
know they sell frozen ones nowadays, but nothing beats freshly cooked, right? You think so? I just thought more would be better than less. Well, let's go on and get started. Okay, first things first. What exactly do we do first? I think the recipe said to use lots of butter and to regulate the pan's temperature with a damp washcloth.
I don't think so.
Wait, we put a washcloth in the pan? Won't it burn? You sure? Thanks. I don't know how to cook anything.
Why did you think you would be able to do this then?
I can break the eggs and mix the batter. I'll leave the actual cooking part to you. Oh, so that's how you use the washcloth. How about we add some protein powder? Hey, don't look at me like that. Oh, I'd better go get the plates. All right, I think this will be enough.
Oh, check it out! Wow, look at all the pancakes! I knew something smelled good.
Yeah, just give me a minute. We can eat once I bring them out. Would you mind getting everyone else? And don't forget Amada.
Okay.
Oh, it's like a Tartarus of pancakes.
Did the two of you make all of these yourselves?
Yeah, although this guy was the one who cooked them. I said I had a hankering, but we might have made too much. I like pancakes, but no way I can eat all of these myself. If you guys could pitch in, that'd be great.
So you like pancakes too, Sonata-san? Thank you. I can't wait to have some.
I'll make some tea. I've got some leaves that'd be great for the occasion.
They're gonna get cold before you eat them.
Cake party time, as they say. The flavor brings a smile to my face.
Just say it.
Oh yeah? Good to hear.
What are you, the chairman?
Thanks for the pancakes. They were really good. Tasted like a lot of care went into them.
Right.
If you ever make some again, I'd like to help out too.
For as many as we made, they sure did disappear fast. Cooking's not really one of my strong points. A certain someone would always say, if you pour protein powder on the ingredients, then you shouldn't be in the kitchen, dumbass. Most of the time, I only ever got to watch someone else cook. So I never really learned myself. Anyways, thanks for helping out today. I'm hoping that cheered everyone up a little. Yeah, pretty much. They did things like this back when I was at the orphanage. I just wanted to recreate it. My sister used to cry all the time there. But the pancakes always brought a smile to her face. Do you remember that medal you found in the package from my parents? My sister, Miki. She made that back when we were at the orphanage. Based on the letter that came with it. I guess my parents found it when they were cleaning. Miki was gonna give that to me after we learned I was getting adopted out and leaving. But then that fire happened right after. And this medal was all that was left of her. Apparently, Miki used to always say
Jesus.
she wanted to think
What the
about
fuck?
being so strong and kind. She was really quiet, and she'd always be following me around. I don't really remember doing anything special for her, but I guess she was relying on me as her older brother. Seeing that medal made me think, would my sister be proud of who I am now? Am I really strong and kind enough to deserve that medal? If I'm being honest, I don't really know what it means to be strong or kind. Everyone who's ever said that to me has left without telling me the most important part. You saw how I was today. This is all I'm capable of right now. I haven't grown at all since I was a kid. They'd laugh if they saw me now. I'm glad you feel that way, but I've still got a long way to go. I realized I'd just been running away all this time, making excuses about having my own problems. But from now on, I'm gonna protect it all. We promised we'd become strong together.
Do you have any idea if that's a real card or not?
this
That's how
month.
you feel. Then I better not disappoint. The point of this whole thing was to cheer everyone up.
Oh, definitely not. There's no fucking way.
It's like a fucking suicide pill card. Be like, you're bored and you just want the game to end, so you play that card.
Oh, I was just going off of the art. I didn't even read what it does yet. During your opponent's battle phase and the battle phase, then your opponent draws one card. At the end phase of this turn, your life points become 0.
So it's just like commit suicide mid-duel. I'm bored now. I want to do something else.
Enough talking about the past.
Oh, hold on a sec. That is a card that appeared only in the anime. It does not actually exist in the game because, I mean, duh. But it's in the anime. And when I say in the anime, I mean like we wouldn't even fucking recognize it because it's one of the many sequels that came out so long ago that it doesn't even remotely resemble what it was way back when we watched it.
As many punches as they wanted until they got tired and gave up.
I don't even know what the hell it is now.
Yeah, I mean, all popular animes do that, right? Like, you know,
yeah.
Look at all the Digimon spin-offs that there were. And actually, the most popular one was the spin-off they did, Tamers. That became the most popular series they ever did.
Which one was that? That
was the one... It was the third one. It was the one... It was basically like show within a show.
Wait. Was that the one with Renamon?
Yes.
The Fox thing?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah,
that one, as a connoisseur of the Digimon toys when I was a kid, that one definitely had the best toys.
Yeah.
That season.
Yeah, and it was...
Oh my god, I'm actually too slow. I'm not going to make it. This is hilarious.
It was actually, you know, a little more sophisticated, and it became very well loved by the fan base over time. Some people have even called it like Evangelion for kids, which I can kind of see why they think that. I was watching it with my brother when it was first coming out in America, but then we accidentally missed one episode near the end, and like that was not okay. Like the shit that was happening was so confusing. Missing one episode was like death. So we just kind of had to give up, because back then, when you missed an episode, you were just fucked. You couldn't find it on the internet because we only had 56K. You couldn't watch a rerun because the reruns weren't very organized. They just played random episodes in the afternoon. And yeah, we were just like, oh well.
Believe it or not, my favorite was actually the season after that one. I have no idea what the hell the name of it would be. But it was the one...
Okay,
it was the one where they would... I think they called it Spirit Evolutions or something, but like basically the Tamers themselves were actually the ones who would fight, and they would become a Digimon by like like a Power Rangers transformation
Frontier.
kind of deal.
That was called Frontier.
There you go. Yeah, that one was actually my favorite.
Yeah, that one was interesting. It was kind of hard to dub. I've read about this because, like, they kept making like the 10-year-old blonde girl like a sex symbol, even though she's 10.
Oh no! Oh no!
So that wasn't easy to dub over.
Whoa! It's blind time.
Yeah. Yeah, I never watched.
Wait,
Frontier.
she was supposed to be 10?
Or she was...
In the dub, she was like
somewhere around
or
there.
something at least.
Maybe she was, but either way, that's not okay. Like, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but I mean, 14 is a little better than 10. Jesus.
Yeah,
shit.
Yeah, she was voiced by the immortal Michelle Ruff, one of the best female voice actresses ever. Who also voiced the teacher that you can bang in Persona 5.
Oh, I guess that's why you like her so much.
Yeah, and she voiced the original Yukari in the original Persona 3.
What's some stuff I might know her from?
Let's see here. Let me take a look here. Besides her role in Digimon, she was, like I said, in the dub, she was a Zoe, or Izumi, depending on your preferred translation. Let me see here. Let's see here. Lupin the Third, Love Hina. I remember Love Hina. Zack Bell. I remember that series a little bit. Gun X Sword, Bleach. Oh, she voices Rukia in Bleach.
Never watched Bleach.
Did you ever watch Code Geass?
No.
She voiced Sasami Fuma in Naruto.
I don't recognize that name. That may have been a filler character.
Mm-hmm. Lucky Star.
Yeah, that's 100%. 100% a fucking filler character. I can tell just by looking at it. Episode 136. Yeah, that's a filler character.
She played Arena in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Man, she's been in a lot of stuff. She voiced Itachi Uchi. I'm probably mispronouncing the name. The older brother of Sasuke in Naruto Shippuden. I didn't even know Sasuke had a brother.
It's pretty important to the story, but you've never watched Naruto, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, Itachi was kind of a Mary Sue, like...
A lot of that going around in anime, ain't it?
Yeah, but that's why he's so popular, is because he was literally the Mary Sue character.
Cream the Rabbit in the Sonic the Hedgehog game since 2010.
Itachi was so fucking important to the story and so much of a Mary Sue character that literally after he died, he only became more important to the story.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually comes back from death and is one of the few people to actually do so. And he actually fucking, like Batman with time to plan, he literally knew he would get resurrected from the dead as a zombie. And then he cast a fucking genjutsu on the guy who would resurrect him to be able to actually resurrect him fully, so that instead of being a zombie slave, he'd actually be like a fucking, he's just himself again, except now he's also invulnerable to damage.
Oh, okay. She voiced him when he was younger, because you know how females usually do the voices of like young boy characters. Oh, did you ever play Resident Evil Revelations?
No, but I've watched it a lot. Did she do Jill?
Yes,
in Revelations?
yes, she was Jill in Revelations.
Okay, yeah, that is the first one I can definitively say. Hey, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I never played Revelations, I've been a long-time Resident Evil fan, and I've been a very long-time fan of Adler, the Resident Evil streamer. Plays Revelations a lot.
It must be kind of weird being a Resident Evil streamer, because the games are finite and not that long, so you're just kind of stuck on this treadmill.
Adler has a very long and complex history as a streamer. I'll explain it in a minute. Okay, so way back in the days of Justin.tv, which Twitch originally was. Adler was one of the first guys to do marathons, and he would play Resident Evil during the marathons. So this is back in 2010, 2011, so there weren't anywhere near as many Resident Evil games as there are now. So he could actually do a marathon where he plays every Resident Evil game, and like not speed running it either, and it would last as like a 24-hour marathon. Well, because of the 24-hour marathon, you know, was what he was doing, he really wanted to increase his notoriety and get a lot more people paying attention to him. So he decided to try to break what was at the time, certainly a record, the longest consecutive streaming, which would be a 72-hour marathon. Now, he tried to do a 72-hour marathon once, and he was not able to complete it. So then he tried to do it again. And his second attempt is by far his most famous one, because if you type Resident Sleeper in the chat, you will see his face. That became the famous meme where Twitch streamer attempts 72-hour marathon, falls asleep during marathon. It was around hour 66. And yeah, he fell asleep during the marathon. It was really funny. He became a big internet meme. It got Twitch a lot of attention. So because it got Twitch a lot of attention, he started getting a lot of good treatment from Twitch and all this. But he decided that he didn't want to actually be a streamer. You know, he had different career plans. He wanted to like have a real job. So he disappeared for a few years. Then he came back to streaming because he's like, well, I enjoy doing this more than, you know, the stuff I was trying to do otherwise. So let me try to recapture that audience that I used to have. Then he began like about 7 or 8 years of on-again, off-again streaming, where Resident Evil is what he is known for, but at the same time, he's also a variety streamer. Like, he also plays a lot of Assassin's Creed games.
Makes sense.
Right now, he's streaming every day. You know, he's trying to do a challenge where he streams every day for 100 days. And, he's on day 46 right now. And he's been all over the place. He's recently been playing Morrowind, but I was there when he actually made it to 72 hours for the first time he actually fucking did it. I was there. I was there. I was in the screen cap. I was in the YouTube video. I was there. After 11 years. That was good, man.
That's like whenever someone's streaming Minecraft and they're about to set a new world record, everyone in chat starts freaking out. They're like, hi, YouTube.
Yeah. They go, I was here. Kind of shit. But when he streams a marathon, what he'll do is he'll have a point system where it's based off of subscriptions and bits donated, where if you gift this many subs or you donate this many bits, you know, it's on an increasing scale for how many points you get, and then you tell him what the points are toward. And it's a huge list of every Resident Evil games, the DLCs, spin-offs, and all this kind of crap. So I was always a huge fan of the Light Gun Resident Evil games, so I was always trying to get him to play Umbrella Chronicles and Darkside Chronicles. But everybody else wanted him to do meme shit. So during the 72-hour marathon, he played Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 4 Separate Ways Original, Resident Evil 4 Remake Separate Ways. I was like, holy fuck. I know that these are recent, but Jesus, tap dancing Christ, people, how many times can you watch him play the exact same fucking game? Like, it was awful. So it was pretty tough to actually watch through the marathon. Finally, I actually got some enjoyment when he started playing Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8. But he ended on Resident Evil 3 Remake, which he actually hated. A lot of people didn't like it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, Resident Evil 3 is kind of like the redheaded stepchild Resident Evil in general, where it's not awful, people don't hate it, but like, it kind of just always gets kind of passed over, you know? Yeah. It always gets, you know, everybody's always looking past it.
I actually loved Resident Evil 3 Original. It was right up there with 4 for me.
Yeah, Resident Evil 3 Original is huge because it literally was one of the first games ever to create the horror genre in video games of gigantic, invulnerable, badass enemies hunting you throughout the entire game.
Yeah, the first
They
time
weren't
I
the
played it, when fucking Nemesis is chasing you from room to room, I almost shit. Because there's this universal rule in Resident Evil games, right? If you go to another room, you're okay. They can't follow you, and then this motherfucker just... Like, I was so fucking scared when that started happening.
Yeah, and he did the same in the remake where he can follow you into a save room.
One of the streamers that I watch is a huge Resident Evil fan. And he hated 3 as well because it felt super on rails. It was like... He felt like he was playing a rail shooter sometimes with how cinematic it was.
Yeah, that's a very common complaint, which is fair. But like there's a lot of Resident Evil games that are bad. Like Resident Evil Gaiden is awful. Resident Evil 6 is the worst thing ever made by a human. Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City is not fondly remembered. But
wasn't Resident Evil Gaiden on the Game Boy or something?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
So much trouble. Making everyone worry about me. I lost something very precious.
Yeah, Big Country 5. I mean, like, as somebody who played Resident Evil 4 when it came out and then played Resident Evil 5 not too long after, 5 does kind of just feel like Diet 4. Like, it's 4, but not as good, except it has co-op, which was a big deal for a lot of people, so.
Yeah. Made it my favorite by far, because it's Resident Evil you can play with your friends.
But in exchange, I gained something just as
Not only that, but it wasn't like a tacky, stupid co-op either. Because the melee system that they introduced in Resident Evil 4 had a co-op functionality to it in Resident Evil 5, where this obviously won't apply to like a random mook where, you know, like one punch or kick will kill them. But when you're fighting bosses, this absolutely applies, where you can chain it together. First Chris hits them, and then Sheva gets a special hit to chain off of that, and then Chris gets a special hit to chain off of that. And either one of them could start it, and then their animation would change based off of who started it and who was continuing the chain. And then there was a special finisher, there was a special execution. It was really fucking cool. It was an interesting concept. And I loved that. I mean, imagine if Resident Evil 4 was similar. Where, you know, Leon would fucking roundhouse kick a guy, and then Ashley would be able to come in right behind the guy, and then her melee attack would be to get down on all fours to trip the guy. And then Leon would finish him off by running over and curb stomping him. He'd run over and be like, "What's Spanish for now? Say goodnight." Ahora dice buenas noches. Oh man, what a man.
I remember I had a couple friends when I was younger who were huge fans of Resident Evil Outbreak, which I think was the multiplayer game you could play online on PS2. It was like co-op.
Yeah, it was almost like a Resident Evil Memorpiga. I think it was up to like 6 people could play at once.
Mm-hmm.
feel about a pink alligator? I thought so too. I knew you'd understand. See, it's the main character of a story that I'm writing. He was born in a lush, green forest, but he turned out to be pink. He stands out so much that he can't hunt for food easily, so he's always hungry. The other animals dislike him and call him disgusting, almost like he's cursed.
Oh man, that's amazing. Fascism is when Dad says no.
I saw that one, yeah.
It was a little bird that had trouble flying. Every day, the bird would stand on the pink alligator's back and practice. It's kind of embarrassing to tell you this. So, what do you think?
Oh man, that's fucking based.
Really? I've never written a story before, so I'm worried it's not going to be very good. But what matters is that I'm writing it for myself. Perhaps I can show you the entire novel someday.
Oh, Snacks, I wanted to ask, what do you know about Helldivers 2, if anything?
Sort of like, you ever watch people playing Earth Defense Force?
I don't think so.
I'd like it to be a hopeful tale.
About
finding the meaning in one's life.
Let's see here.
I think of you when I write. It's like I can hear you telling me not to die just yet.
Randomly skip around in that video real quick.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. Oh, okay, so it kind of looks like Full Spectrum Warrior, just multiplayer almost. And Full Spectrum Warrior was clearly designed to be a multiplayer game anyway, so... That's kind of the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah, Helldivers 2 looks like kind of like a spiritual successor to Earth Defense Force, if I had to say anything. So yeah, except the enemies are smaller in Helldivers 2 than they are in Earth Defense Force. Earth Defense Force, the meme was Indiana Jones versus the Attack of the Giant Ants kind of thing.
Right. It's co-op, so do you have any interest in it on your end?
I would add it to the list way fucking down the line.
Mm-hmm.
People are gonna be so disappointed once you're like, once you're through with Persona and whatever one you said was next, so then you start getting back to all the stuff that was really popular like a couple months ago.
Yeah, if I do, like, maybe I don't do Pal World. Like, the game's already starting to die off. People are losing interest. It sounds to me like it was like a novelty game because it was like, oh, this is the Pokemon ripoff.
Well, no. It's not necessarily that it was a novelty game so much as it's early access. So people have already done everything that there is to do in the game yet.
Yeah.
So there are people who still love what it represents and continue to play it, but for a lot of people, they've already sunk like 100 hours into it, and they're like, okay, I've already done, I got my money's worth here, but now it's time to move on.
I've detected a gaze upon us for an estimated 7 minutes now.
Makes sense.
That's what I think it is anyway.
I just wanted to watch. Was I bothering you?
Because yeah, like I already have like 40 hours in Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, and I'm not even on Hazard Level 5 yet. So like I've still got a lot that I can do, but I've already unlocked the basic gameplay loop is not going to change. It's just that the difficulty will increase.
No, you're right. We don't really have tests that we need to study a whole week in advance.
So the average gamer, I think, would probably be like, all right, I've had enough. But for me, I'm like, this remains fun to me, so I'll keep playing it. But
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea with Hades. In order to beat Hades, you actually have to beat the final boss 10 times. I only did it once, and I got the first ending, and I was like, okay, I'm good. But a lot of people actually do get all 10 endings.
yeah. Or like me when I play Psychonauts, when I'm like, I need to get every single achievement because I just love this game so much, I have to do it. Whereas, you know, most people beat the story and stop playing the game like 80 hours ago.
Electrical resistance.
Oh, I know! Superconductivity!
I mean, Big Country is Deep Rock Galaxy co-op at all? I thought it was a game you played on your own.
Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is a spin-off, and it is a single player only. But Deep Rock Galactic is sort of like Left 4 Dead, except you play as dwarves, and instead of zombies, you're fighting bugs.
Okay.
And the premise is that you're working for like a mining company, and bugs are the indigenous life forms to the planet that you're mining minerals and materials from. So you need to mine the minerals and materials, but you need to protect the miners. So then that's when you kill the bugs.
Dude, how the hell did he fall
Yeah.
asleep like that? He's still holding his pencil upright.
Sleeping here may cause his body temperature to decline sharply, risking illness.
You got 4 classes, which works because, you know, it's a 4-man thing. You got Gunner, which is obvious enough. He's the weaponry expert. You got Scout because you're underground. He's the guy who moves really fast and uses flares to light up the darkness. You've got the Digger, who very quickly digs through rock and creates new tunnels and stuff like that. And then you have the Engineer, who is a lot like the Engineer from TF2. He makes sentry guns, and he also creates health and ammunition deposits. I remember one time Pokimane was playing Fortnite on her stream, and she encounters a random 11-year-old in the wild, and he tells her that he jerks off to her.
What a hero.
Seriously.
Alright, guys. I will be back in a few moments, leaving us on that wonderful note. Why don't you make an entirely whiskey sausage, Mr. Sausage?
Why don't they just make the whole plane out of the black box? I mean the sausage.
I love how we used to get so offended whenever someone would make a stupid suggestion. But eventually he just accepted it.
What do you got? Well, we got some new things in stock. Check it out, if you've got the time. That what you want? Great. It's all yours. That would take your time. Everything all right then. Everything look good? All right. That would take your time. Everything look good here? Great. It's all yours. Uh-huh. Take as long as you need. That what you want? All right then. That what you want? Great. It's all yours. That what you want? Great. It's all yours. That what you want? Great. It's all yours. What'll it be? As long as you need. Everything like it. Great. It's all yours. That what you want? All right then. Everything look all right then. What are you looking for? You think? Come back soon.
One of my faves.
Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
That's pretty good. You better not.
Precisely. Right then. I decided to hold this study session for us to concentrate on the upcoming exams. Amada, I invited you to join us so you can focus on your own studies. Your presence is welcome here.
Thank you for inviting me. I'll make sure not to be a bother to everyone.
To the rest of you, I want you to set a proper example and take your studies seriously.
Are you going to study with us, Koro-chan? Good boy. Koromaru-san says that he will accompany us here as we study.
Well, aren't you a little hard worker? Unlike Junpei over there who can't stop yawning.
Can't really deny it. When I'm doing it. Dogs never have to study for exams like this. Man, what a life.
This is a fucking great tweet right here.
A great what?
A great tweet that I'm sending you. It's just one of those simple things. Hey, I'm doing internet stuff, making a video, and then he just asks how many genders are there.
Mm-hmm.
The first person is like a normal-looking girl who looks way hotter than all the rest of them following because of just the comparison.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's just like a normal person. She says 2. And then everyone after that, they all come out with the same shit, but they're also all hideous.
Yeah.
It's like, man, why does physiognomy have to constantly be proven correct every day?
Koromaru-san may not have an obligation to study.
It's brutal.
He has another important mission. True. He's
Absolutely
been protecting
brutal.
that shrine this whole time. That sounds like something far more difficult.
Guess if you want to be a dog, you'd better develop some diligence, like Koromaru here.
Being a dog is harder than it seems. You'd be better off just studying, Junpei-san.
Oh, stop! Don't look at me like some pitiful creature!
All right, that's enough chit-chat. Let's concentrate on our studies.
Come on, come on, come on. Don't be mean to me. Are you kidding me? God damn, it takes forever to get to 6.
All right, and Iori, after all the... All right, I think we can begin wrapping things up. Good work, everyone. Dog talk, I do hope you were able to get through the material you needed to cover.
What?
Oh, I see. So you're still learning then?
Okay.
As a dog, I'll need to give you strict behavioral training.
I only need 5. Okay, there's no bonus to getting 6, I guess. Okay, good. We're not losing out on anything then.
I'm kidding!
Yes.
It's a joke. I'm totally cool. Being human. No training needed. I'm good.
That will conclude the group study session. It is time for a much-deserved rest.
The hormone dopamine is related to our sense of accomplishment. Name a symptom of its overproduction.
What are the choices?
Excessive ego, self-glorification, addiction, and apathy syndrome. The answer obviously being addiction, yeah. Yeah, Austin.
So I've had salty Spurs fans reaching at me for days now, which has been hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
I try to tell them, I'm like, your team is not tanking. They're like, come on, we're just one great dominant point guard away from being a future dynasty. And I'm all like, yeah, just like every single team in the NFL is one Patrick Mahomes away from being a new dynasty. I'm like, do you think you're gonna fucking
Right.
I'm sitting there like, just go ahead and tell me, because anybody who was tanking last year could tell me who they were tanking for. Who are you tanking for this year? Who's the consensus number one pick? Who's the guy?
Not too many people come here at this hour. This time of day is perfect. So, there was something I needed to ask you.
I'll never be able to forget it as long as I live. One of the stupidest fucking political comics I've ever seen in my life. Literally, he just drew Edward Scissorhands, and then he renamed
yeah.
it Western Hands.
I remember that.
Edward Sequester Hands. I was like, Jesus Christ, bro.
So there's this friend I have. She's a girl. And well, there's a boy who's been helping her a lot recently. Like giving advice on her problems, looking over her homework, that kind of thing. She even told me that lately, she can't stop thinking about him. So I was wondering, is she in love right now? Yes, you're right. Now that I think about it, maybe it was actually just admiration and respect. I do tend to get swept up in my own thoughts without stopping to question anything. That's a bad habit of mine. But it is a relief, though. I mean, I won't end up giving my friends the wrong advice now. Thank you. With your help, I think I know how I should proceed now. I mean, I know what to tell my friend now. Sorry for asking you about such a weird topic. Senpai, you always take my problems so seriously. You're too nice. Well, should we get going?
Welcome back. Nice.
How's everything going?
here. Betamax.
Oh yeah. We're having one big sale today. You made up your sure? Thanks for coming. You got everything you need? Come again, yeah?
Marvelous. I'm looking. Are you accepting a request? Very well.
Okay. I think the best thing I can do is actually just walk the dog tonight. No.
Oh, hey, what's up? Is that your dog? Wow, he looks like a smart one. Unlike his owner. I'm just joking. So, how's life, man? And I love how the girl in that show has this mature vibe. You know what I mean? Whoa. Looks like this guy's had his fair share of fun. Guess we should start heading home then. See you at school.
Yeah, there was not much to that.
I'm going to do it. Good. Not bad.
All right. That seems worth it to me.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Oh, fuck yeah. I'm hard as a rock right now.
Oh, right. Oh?
Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and do that. Wait, what? You just said there was a new one. Or they implied it pretty strongly. Whatever. Alright. It don't matter.
Thank you. I've been writing more of my story. How much did I tell you about?
Man, people are whining about the Chiefs doing the tomahawk chop celebration again. Every goddamn season.
Seriously.
May I please have a water?
Oh, right. The pink alligator and the bird became friends, right? This was the alligator's first friend, and he was very happy. They started going to the river every day, and the alligator would listen to the little bird sing. But the pink alligator still had trouble hunting because of his color. He was so terribly eager to spot, and his prey always had plenty of time to escape. Eventually, he became so hungry that he grew dizzy. And one afternoon, he accidentally ate the bird as it slept in his mouth. Of course, he immediately realized what he'd done. He drank swamp water to vomit his friend back up. But he was too late. The bird was already dead. After that, he couldn't bring himself to eat anything. That's as far as I've written. I haven't decided on an ending yet. Oh, is it really that dark? For me, it's hard to tell. The words I use come from my own life. I don't really have a point of reference. But I see. So, this is depressing for others. You know, when I mentioned I was writing a diary, that was a lie. I was writing my will. I couldn't face reality, and I was essentially screaming curses into my notebook. For now, though, I'm writing my story in the same notebook. It probably isn't very good, but it contains some things that I've learned during my short life. When it's done, I'd like you to be the first to read it. Meeting you is why I started writing it, you know? I've been trying to come up with a good ending, but I just can't decide, and I'm running out of time. I've got to go now, but I hope to see you again.
Welcome back.
I don't know, Santi. The end of the game can be quite long, and it depends on how much stuff they pulled out of, it depends on if they removed, like, the spa resort segment and stuff like that.
If I may speak. Huh? Well. What?
I mean, they had a spa resort segment in Strikers. So it would be kind of a shame if they didn't do it here. I mean, that's kind of like one of the biggest anime tropes ever, right? You have a Hot Springs episode where the boys see the girls bathing and the girls freak out. That's like, since time immemorial, that's been around.
So, I was hoping you could watch me as I make the coffee. Thank you. Okay.
Just like a beat, every anime ever has a beach episode.
Water is about 90 degrees Celsius.
There's always a beach episode.
Now, the pace and angle when pouring the water are really important. quietly in a circular motion. You'll know you're doing it right when it starts smelling really good. It's not exactly what you'd get at a cafe, but I think I've improved a lot. There's so much to consider when making coffee.
There is only one gender.
I know it's a bit weird to ask at this point, but when do you feel like drinking coffee the most? Well, that does seem to be common for a lot of people. The taste and smell are a signal to start the day. It's sort of like flipping a switch in your head. When my mom was still alive, the house used to smell like this every morning. Now I realize how often she'd make coffee, even on days she was busy. I saw on TV the other day that smells and memories are linked closely together. The smell of coffee reminded me of my mom. But in your case, I wonder if it'll remind you of the times we spent here, drinking coffee together. Well, I better try extra hard when I'm making coffee for you then. And it'd be pretty sad if you only remembered my coffee being bitter. I feel like I haven't gotten into something like this for a long time. I also think it's helped me practice staying focused. Maybe it's because I've been doing it so diligently.
Nice.
Anyways, thanks a lot. Because of you, I think I understand the taste of coffee a little better now. Besides, if my mom liked it, I'm sure I will too. Oh, there's still more if you want a refill. I've gotten a lot better now, so I hope you'll join me again sometime. Next time, it's gonna be even better than it was today.
Man, 60%. I mean, Santi, that's like move the team to Montreal time. 60%? So less than half of the people that were watching Blazers games last year are watching Blazers games this year? That's brutal. That's like move the team to Mexico City territory. God damn. I didn't know it was like that.
And it becomes this. And then that's correct.
Peace. Needs to stop. All right. Let's hit it.
Let's see. I'd like to stop by the drugstore before we head home. Do you
you mind? It'll just be a little longer.
Hey, Jess.
Hang on. I've got a phone call. Oh. Hello? Yeah? What? So, get to the point already. Huh? That's not funny. What? How do you think that would make Dad feel? Fine. Do whatever you want. Just don't call me again. Sorry. Oh, yeah. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. You know who I was on the phone with, right? Yeah, it was my mom. She says she wants to get remarried. I don't really care if she wants to get married again. What I can't stand is how she chose to live her life. Running away from things, jumping from guy to guy. I don't think that's fair to my dad. Sorry. I'm okay now. Really. Thanks. I'll never be like her. I'll never give up standing on my own 2 feet. Running away from your problems by clinging on to others is the worst thing you can do. I've decided I'll make it through on my own. I'll show her that I can be happy that way. Thanks for listening. For some reason, I feel like I can tell you anything. Let's head back now. I'll do the rest of my shopping some other day. Oh, welcome back. Excuse me. Okay.
By the way,
I'm not racist. Racism is a crime, and crime is for... Sorry, Koromaru. That hurts my heart to do.
Excellent.
All right.
Yes. I see.
Ooh. All right, new recording. Let's go. Oh, here we go. I remember this one.
Like this, I guess? Welcome. I'll be taking care of you today. Are you ready to order, or do you need a little more time? It's too bad the school festival got canceled. I already went to all the trouble of putting this on, so maybe I should wear it around the dorm for the day. Sup, Yuka-tan? Hey, does that mean you gotta call me Master? What's going on, Takuba? You planning to work at Mitsuru's mansion or something? Forget it. I've been meaning to return this, but now that I look at it, it's a real uniform. Huh. It's not just a costume. Oh, I should take a picture before I give this back to Senpai.
Yukari-chan, are you there? I need your help with something.
Sure, one sec. I know. I'll drag Fuka down with me. At least then I won't be alone in the embarrassment.
What is Fuka wearing?
Yukari-chan, those clothes. I've got a couple spares if you want to try one on. How about it? Huh? Wait! Don't worry. Just hold still. It's a little tricky to put on, so it'll be faster if I help. Wait! Yukari-chan!
Yes. All right, we maxed out academics. We are now the picture of peak male performance. You may not like it, but this is what peak male performance looks like.
All right, time for class. I know you've been busy lately, but you all remembered to do your homework, right? Just because you're not taking a humanities class next year doesn't mean you can blow off classic lit. Hey, are you all listening to me?
What's wrong, Fuka? You look kind of down.
Huh?
Talk to me. What's bothering you?
It's just Aragaki-senpai.
Oh. Yeah, it's pretty shocking. I'd never seen him in school, but he'd always be hanging around town. And now he's just gone. It's hard to put it into words.
I took it for granted that everyone would always be around, that nothing would ever change. But some things you can never get back. I didn't consider how easily it could happen. Once I realized that, I started thinking about my parents. I've sort of been avoiding the question, but is it okay for me to leave things with them like this?
Parents, huh? Yeah, that's a tough one. But I think you'll work it out, Fuka.
Moriyama, what are you waiting for? Come on up.
Yeah.
Would it kill you to give your classmates a proper goodbye?
Huh? What's going on?
Hi everyone. I know I haven't been here that long, but I feel like I've made some good friends. I'll remember each and every one of you after I transfer. Thank you all. How's that?
Wait, transfer? What?
You're a weird one, you know that? The biggest bitch in school is leaving, and you're gonna miss her?
You're transferring, and you didn't say anything?
It's not
not like it would have made a difference. Why make us both depressed? But yeah, my dad suddenly collapsed. And they say it'll take a while for him to recover because of some complications. We don't really have that much money, so we can't afford to stay in this area. You know, now that I think about it, you're the only one who bothered being friends with a weirdo like me. But like I said before, we're both in the same boat. My parents act like I don't even exist. I hate living with them. That's why I was so jealous when you moved into the dorm. Natsuki-chan. You know, you've really changed, Fuka. You're a lot more cheerful now. But why'd you move when your house is, like, right here? Huh? Well, if you don't want to say, that's okay. I'm sure you've got your reasons. But if it's something that you and your parents can work out, then do it while you have a chance. It'll be a while before my dad's in any condition for us to have a heart-to-heart. What am I doing? This isn't what I wanted to talk about. You know, Fuka, I used to think every day was just the same depressing routine. And I'm only saying this because it's you, but you don't really get many second chances in life. Natsuki-chan. I guess this is the last time I'll see this view.
Oh,
jeez. I won't be in school next week because I'll be packing, so I guess this is.
Why does it take you a whole week to pack?
No. Don't you dare come see me off. I want to say goodbye on my own terms. Come on, don't give me that look. But you're leaving so suddenly. Hey, I'm not all broken up about this.
Oh man, that's pretty funny.
I've changed a lot since I met you. I'm gonna try and figure out what I really want to do with this. I know you can do it.
There's something very visceral about Zoomer memes, but they are pretty good sometimes. They do have a way of actually being pretty amusing.
I got one last thing I want to say before I go. If you just accept the way things are, then you'll never move forward. Just like me. So I hope you can figure out what you want too. What I want. I used to try and please everyone just to fit in. I was afraid of not being liked, so I always went along with the people around me. But I never really thought about what I wanted. That's so you. Well, if they don't like you for who you are, I say screw them. But I like you, Fuka. Even if you hate yourself. Natsuki-chan. Well, I better get going. Huh? Natsuki-chan? Here, even if we're apart, we're still connected. So we can always talk, right? Thanks for being my friend. I'm kinda tearing up now. Natsuki-chan. Even if we're apart, we're still connected.
Oh yeah, since I'm watching the episode, for some reason when they froze Hitler, they've got him. He's naked in the cryogenic tank. He's Jack, which is it's fucking hysterical to me.
I'm assuming that wasn't the case in real life.
No, but first of all, in real life during the war, Hitler was in his 50s. But he was by no means fat, but I mean he just had an average build.
Mm-hmm.
Bordering on developing a paunch just because he was getting older. Plus, as a head of state, he had quite a lot of access to food. But yeah, there was no jacked super Hitler in real life. If only there was, then the good guys might have won. But
I was always worried about how other people see me, and that's why my powers let me see others. But I guess there is something I want after all. Seeing everyone getting along and working together makes me so happy. So, I want us to treasure this forever. I have the power to connect people, even when they're apart. My persona has given me this amazing gift. The friendship I've always wanted.
Alright. That one actually matters, since she's obviously useful. Oh, nice.
There you are. Oh, what are you all doing here? It is unusual to find you up on the roof.
Well, we didn't see you around, so we weren't sure if you were alright.
I think I figured it out.
Okay.
I've made up my mind. I'm going to do everything I can with the power I've been given. This is what I've decided I want to do.
Sure?
Sorry. I guess that was out of nowhere, wasn't it?
You sure you're alright?
This is questionable. Affirmative. doing nothing but reading, so I think it's about time I bought some new ones. Oh, all of the books on this shelf are only 100 yen each. That means I can afford them with my allowance.
Those are big books for $1.
We can go now. I don't really see anything that interests me.
That was quick.
Oh, wait, is this? It is. I've been looking for this collector's edition for forever. This is a collection of illustrations from the shoujo manga I read. It even has a set of new short stories inside. I never thought I'd find this in a used bookstore. And in the novel section, too. Maybe the shop owner saw the short stories label and made a mistake. It's got all 3 volumes, too. This is amazing. Each volume is 6,000 yen. That means 18,000 yen total?
That's $180. Wow.
Well, what should I do? Of course, all 3 volumes are great. The characters are portrayed so realistically. It's like they really exist. My monthly allowance is 5,000 yen, so it's not enough, even if I save my lunch money. But I'll get it, no matter what. I just need to wait until next month, or the month after.
I mean, I can definitely afford 18,000 yen.
By the time I graduate. I need to hide this where no one will see it. Oh, please don't get bought by someone else.
I really should swoop in here and do something. I literally have more money than God right now.
But I also don't want to make things hard for my mom.
Hey, I saw that. You were looking at that waitress, weren't you?
I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'll do anything you want. Anything.
Then how about you buy me that bag I was talking about before? Or else I'm breaking up with you.
I used to think that money couldn't buy happiness or friends. That is, until recently. Of course, I still think that's mostly true, but I do have my doubts. I think lonely people feel really insecure. That's why we seek...
Oh. Be right back, guys. All right, guys, we are back. Welcome back.
Connections, even if we have to pay for them. If only I could be strong and confident in myself, like our student council president. I think about that from time to time. I can't help but feel like there are so many things in this world that I'll never have. Well, should we get going? If I stay here, I know I'll just want to go back to the bookstore and look at that illustration collection again. Oh, welcome back. Hey. Excuse me. Yes.
Alright, I think tonight I'm just going to use the computer to try to advance my combat abilities. I'll bet there's an achievement for doing all the computer programs, so we got to do that anyway, even if it's not necessarily going to help me that much. Alright. We all know that officially, the Swiss are neutral. Unofficially, however, they're filthy sons of bitches.
Good morning. This is Elizabeth.
Really based.
I am calling to inform you that more humans have wandered into Tartarus. Two this time, I believe, and there seems to be an acquaintance of yours among them. I suggest you carry out a rescue post-haste. Goodbye now. Good morning. This is question. Affirmative.
Ugh.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm pretty sure Feed Me More. I don't think they would wait until the last second to tell teams how much cap space they have. They're trying to make plans now with the assumption of the cap being what it is.
the Net Cafe. Why don't we go someplace else? Wait, let me see how much money I have. Oh no! Where's my wallet? Did I drop it? But when? I had it when I pulled out my train pass. Wait, someone bumped into me outside the station. Sorry, I'm gonna go back there and look around. It'll just...
I know it's a huge cliche in like fiction and you know movies, TV shows, books, stories, whatever. I don't think it would be possible for somebody to like take my wallet out of my pocket without me noticing. I really don't. I find it very hard to believe that I wouldn't notice if I got pickpocketed. Because I'm constantly aware of the presence of these items in my pockets. And I feel like if it was gone, I would immediately go like, oh shit.
Make sure you wait right here, okay? I'll be fine, so don't come after me.
What a weird thing to say. What an odd thing to say.
What'd you say? You better shut your mouth, bitch!
If you don't behave, you'll lose more than just your wallet.
Huh? Who the hell are you?
Hey, wait, what are you saying?
You really gotta brag, huh? Time to beat the shit out of you!
Thanks. That was a little...
How the hell did I beat them up? I mean, I know in... it's not like I summoned my persona or anything.
Hey, why'd you come after me? Didn't I say to wait? Did you think I needed saving? I'm not helpless, you know? I got my wallet back by myself. I didn't need your help.
No, you didn't.
Don't apologize. I should be the one saying sorry, and thank you. I'll just go on ahead. I'm alright now. Sorry again. See you.
Welcome back.
Okay, that's how you reverse the social link. It used to be a lot harder to do. A lot easier to do by accident. Okay. In the old version, if you tried to hug her, she would freak out. Now, you actually have to be stupid and say something very obviously dumb to upset her. Oh.
All right.
Whatever happened to Chidori? She's completely dropped out of the plot here.
Maybe. Well. Excuse me. Oh. Marvelous. I'm looking. Are you accepting a request? Very well.
Okay. Wait, there was actually one thing that I wanted to do at the mall. That's it. Now say goodnight.
Oh my fucking god, yeah.
What happened?
That's fine.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. Huh. I actually did not know that. The origin of July, the month, name is from Julius Caesar. Let's see. I feel like the Ravens are going to use the franchise tag on somebody. I just don't know who. Alright, Yukari, time to confess your love to me.
Hey. Do you remember when those guys stole my wallet and you came to help me? Sorry I got so mad at you. I was just frustrated. I don't like having to depend on other people. But it ended up happening anyway. You know, I couldn't say it at the time, but I'm actually glad you came. Maybe because it's
Phrasing.
you. So, I want to thank you properly.
Oh, shit.
Thanks for your help back then.
Oh, okay.
I really appreciate it.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
It was honestly kind of cool. Whew, that's a big weight off my shoulders. Let's head back down. The roof doesn't get a lot of foot traffic. I think it's a good place to have serious conversations. But couples tend to sneak up here too. If anyone sees us, the rumor mill might go crazy again. Wouldn't that be annoying? You know, if people assumed we were dating. Really? I'm not sure if you're being brave or oblivious. Still, that's something special about you. You don't get bogged down by what other people think. Uh-oh. They say a sneeze means someone's talking about you. It's probably nothing. Let's head on home, yeah?
I see you're back.
Leader. I have a suggestion.
Hello. Go.
Hey!
By the way,
God damn it, I keep forgetting to get the helmet from school. Yes. I should probably just start letting myself fall asleep in class because I've maxed out academics, but I don't know. Feels
What
wrong.
happens if you fall asleep in class, every class? Forever, always.
I don't know. Obviously, you wouldn't get the academics boost to your stats, but I wonder if there's any kind of like a benefit, some kind of trade-off.
You're well rested, so you have an increased mana pool for combat.
That's kind of what I'm thinking it might be. Like, that's actually pretty believable.
You know, as someone who fell asleep in class, what I think it should be is added embarrassment from accidentally sleep talking and then saying things that you didn't want people to hear, like admitting to some base things and revealing your power level when you didn't intend to. Glinda rapist.
Yeah.
Me. No. Man, school was such a phenomenal fucking waste of time. Public school is like...
I fell asleep in class once in my life.
I really graduated high school by the skin of my teeth because I did like the exact bare minimum that I needed to pass because it was such a boring fucking waste of time. And I've never not gotten an A in every college class I've ever taken.
Yeah. Which I guess,
Like,
you know, sums up the problem.
Right. It is a huge fucking waste of time. It's babysitting for single mothers, basically.
Man.
By the way, single mothers disgust me.
Yeah, I fell asleep once in a college class. It was an 8 a.m. start time, so... One day I was just, like, not happening. Because I had to get up at, like, 6 to make that class. At least it was an easy class, but goddamn.
Yeah, I get it. I remember a math class I took. I saw like the most disrespectful thing ever. My professor had, like, he was really old. He had Parkinson's. And the girl in the class, he thought that he wasn't paying attention to her because he wasn't looking at her because his fucking head was shaking. But she'd snap, and she's like, "No, over here." And I'm like, "You fucking crazy bitch." That is the most disrespectful fucking thing. Well, of course, now I recognize it as based.
Doesn't look that bad to me. It's a fucking bento box. Don't take it so seriously.
I used vinegar as a base for relieving fatigue, and then added a bunch of citrus. You know, just some simple, light flavors. I want your honest opinion, okay? How was it?
I can just say nothing. That's like the Simpsons joke. Marge, I'm not going to lie to you. Looks away.
Hey, Marge, I won't lie to you. And then he just stops talking and turns around.
Really? Please, let me know if there's anything I can improve on. Actually, you don't
I should... Maybe I should teach... Maybe I should show her Ordinary Sausage's YouTube channel. So she can learn how to cook.
Pretty much.
I mean... The thing is, Ordinary Sausage is actually a really good cook. You can tell. He just does demented things in the kitchen.
Yes. Or the content.
Yes, Big Country.
I'm going to keep at it. I should focus on making it edible first, though. dorm.
Oh, welcome back.
By the way, sorry.
About that. Oh.
Hey, not bad.
Oh yeah.
Vox article. Are minorities disproportionately affected by putting metal detectors in the entrance to schools? What an odd thing to say.
He exchanged with the casino's boss gave me goosebumps. And how about that part when he was all, count to 5? I hope I can be like him when I'm an adult. What do you think it takes for a guy to be hard-boiled? That's true. The detective did always make the right call, no matter what situation he was in. He was compassionate, but level-headed, and he never fell for the enemy's tricks. Come to think of it, that might be just what I need right now. I tend to get worked up about what's right in front of me, don't I? That's exactly the kind of thing a kid would do. I need to fix that. Well, now's as good a time as any to start. I'll give it my best shot. If I do that, do you think I could become like him? A cool, hard-boiled guy. Just like the detective in the movie. When I hear you say it, I really feel like it's possible. Oh boy, look at the time. But I still want to talk about the movie. Wait, I'm not sleepy yet, okay?
How does this kid fall asleep like this? Am I just the weird one who can't fall asleep anywhere but my own bed, or what?
No, you're not weird at all in that regard. It's extremely difficult to fall asleep in an unfamiliar place for everybody. And for those that it's not, they're very much the exception, not the norm. That's why hotels focus a lot. They spend a lot of their money on trying to make the beds as comfortable as possible because of specifically that.
Yeah.
Like if you've ever been to a hotel or a motel, not just you, Joker, but everybody in chat thinking about it. If you can think on it, like even if it was a cheap place, they might have cheaped out in furniture other than the bed, but like that bed was really fucking swank compared to everything else.
It's rare to see you here. Is it for the archery team?
Yes, the teacher wanted a report.
Makes sense.
That's a lot of responsibility.
I have a hard time sleeping even in my own bed, honestly.
Really, it's nothing compared to what you have to do. Actually, I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah, David, there's no way Adams is going to continue his career after this season. I don't buy it.
say it's my way of atoning for the past.
In my case, I don't think I really have a reason anymore. I mean, I know the whole story about my father now. I guess I could still fix the mistakes he left behind, though. Maybe I should have thought about this earlier, huh? But it took me this long to start questioning myself.
That's understandable.
It seems like everyone has their own reason for fighting. Well, defeating the shadows is probably a good enough reason, huh?
What are you trying to say?
I'm not exactly sure, but it's all gonna be over after the next full moon, so there's not much point in thinking about it.
That's true. Once we put an end to this, we can go back to a normal high school life. The rest of the student council will be here soon. We can pick this up later, though, if you want.
Oh no, that's okay. Thanks for listening.
Okay, I am going to go downstairs so I don't forget. Dude, the motherfucker's never here.
Listen. That reminds me.
Well, I mean, David, we have to take the cap hit even if he does retire, right? That's the nature of bonuses. I don't think it makes any difference on the cap hit if he retires or just gets cut. I'm pretty sure it's still the same crap. I swear to God. Oh my God.
This is so good. I made the right choice getting the same thing as you. Oh, I was just thinking. Doesn't eating fish remind you of the ocean? It's a part of our lives, I guess, living along the coast. We even spent our vacation at the beach. Hey, after all this is over, why don't we go somewhere different? Like the mountains.
I don't think so, David. I feel like I would have read a lot of stuff about that, if that was true.
We could have lunch outdoors. Maybe we'll even see a deer or something. What do you think? Hold on. What's this all of a sudden? Just the two of us? I didn't mean it like that. I mean, it's not...
If that was the case, I feel like there would be a lot of articles out there about it, and everybody would know about it. David, so that would surprise me.
Oh God, what am I saying? Either way, I'm sure it'd be fun to hang out somewhere together. I could even make food for us. I might not look like it, but I'm a pretty good cook. Just you wait and see. It's been a while since we've talked about going on vacation. I'm excited just thinking about it. I'm not sure how to say this, but when I'm with you, I don't feel so alone. I mean, I do have friends, and there's everybody at the dorm, but usually I feel like the real me is trapped somewhere deep down inside. Maybe it's because of my family situation, but I'm always always pushing people away without realizing it. Lately, though, that's been changing. And I think it's thanks to you. Well, that was delicious. It's getting late. Shall we head out?
Oh, welcome back. Oh.
By the way, yeah. Excuse me.
No, that's not doing it. That's not good. Okay. Could have been the one. Oh, cool. I guess we're doing that tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to do any of that.
It's amazing. Good. Not bad. Thanks. Bye-bye.
So... yeah. Alright.
Gee.
That's right!
Yeah, I gotta do Akinari. Yeah, I'm already cutting it close on whether or not I'll be able to finish this shit.
By the way,
Yeah, Sean Taylor was incredible in old Maddens like that. He was such a frickin' prototype. Alright, we're gonna need that. Bad call. I'm so pissed.
Just give me a minute so I can calm down. The pain comes and goes, but I'll be fine once it passes. It's getting better. Thanks. I stopped taking my medicine. It's not going to cure me anyway, right? It just eases my pain and suffering. My medicine makes me drowsy, and if my hands go numb, then I can't write. I have to finish my story. The reason I haven't finished my story is because I haven't found the meaning of my life yet. I'll get absorbed in my writing, erase it, and then lose sight of how to reach the end. When I'm with you, I can almost see it. It's because you've been here for me. It seems like you might have given me a reason
To finish.
I'm probably writing this book to find my own meaning in life. And if I do find it, if I do finish the story, I hope we have a little more time together after that. That's it for today. But I hope to see you again.
Welcome back.
Alright, pretty sure. No, that ain't it. That's not gonna work. That's okay. Let's use the computer tonight, I guess. Okay, 2 more days. The modern NFL doesn't allow for a Devin Hester to exist. Ooh, nice. That's actually really good. I don't. Oh.
Listen.
I think it's Izumo.
Exactly.
Oh, they tried to play him at corner. Well, that was their big mistake. Oh my god. That guy literally just admitted he tried to go hit on, like, middle school girls. I don't think that came across the way he was thinking it was going to come across. Dear Lord. Motherfucker.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, boy. Woo. So you said something about an adult hitting on middle school girls?
Yeah, it wasn't an adult. It was a second-year high school student talking about... He said, I went to go check out the middle schoolers to see how attractive the first years would be next year, but then a cop chased me off before I could tell.
Good fucking Christ. That's horrific.
I mean, he's 16 and the girls he's looking at are 14, so it's not the end of the world. It's still a weird fucking thing to say.
Yeah, it is a weird thing to say. If it was just, 16 versus 14, there's nothing wrong with that. When I was in high school, there was one girl I knew when I was in my sophomore year. She was a freshman, and it was my first example of a girl that would treat a guy who was interested in her like her emotional tampon while she was busy, having sex with chads and shit. I was like, hold on. Sophomore year, I was 15. I was 15. This is like my first real introduction to ever experiencing this before. And she was a freshman, and like I had a crush on her, and I'm comforting her after her quote-unquote boyfriend broke up with her. He wasn't even remotely her boyfriend. This guy just pumped and dumped her. He was a couple of days away from his 18th birthday, so he was just taking the opportunity to, in his words, de-virginize as many freshman girls as he could while it was still legal.
That's one way to live your life.
Yeah, and she fell for that shit. He was like 17 years and 360 days old, and he had just recently turned 14. And she's like, but I love him, and all this kind of crap. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Oh, God.
And in conclusion, women.
Yes, exactly. Gentlemen, it is with great dismay that I must inform you. Women.
Man, Yukari has gone down smoothly. We haven't had a single non-advancing social event yet. Every single time I hang out with her, we're advancing.
Hey, mind if I go take a look at some earrings? I've been wanting new ones, but I can never seem to make up my mind. They're all so cute, There are too many options to choose from. I know! Why don't you come help me pick something out? Come on then, let's go. Hang on, I've got a call. Hello? Uh-huh. What? You're not doing it? You want my approval first? Wait, it's fine. You can do what you want to do. What I mean is, if that's what you really want, then go ahead. It's your choice, so you really don't have to worry about me. Well, then, you want to meet up and talk about it? Hey, stop it. Don't cry. I'll try to call you more too, okay? All right. Bye. That was my mom. She apologized for everything that's happened. She said she won't get remarried until I'm okay with it. That's weird. I can't stop shaking for some reason. Can we sit for a while? Sorry about all that. I'm fine now. I was just surprised. I never expected this to happen. I
Yes.
told her we could meet up and talk about her remarriage. I'm nervous just thinking about it. I don't exactly want to. I'm afraid it might get ugly. We haven't seen each other in almost 10 years, so it's not going to be easy. I'm afraid I'll get angry and say something cruel. Still, I think it's time I try talking to her. I've been saying how wrong it is to run away, so I need to live up to my own advice. You know, I think she still misses my dad deep down, but she couldn't handle it. Losing someone so important to her. That's why she needed someone to lean on. I think losing someone you love and having to go on alone is really, really hard. I'm not sure how to explain, but I realized this after being with you. I think being in love means giving a part of yourself away. And that's a wonderful thing. I mean, just in general, you know? The earrings can wait till next time. Let's just go home for today. Welcome back. I have a suggestion.
I would love this comic so much more if there was some sort of small hint Easter egg in the background that you would have said.
$11. Okay. Okay, let's do it.
So, in the last volume, we left off just as the hero passed out from pushing himself too hard. That part where his teammates managed to keep an even score while he's out was such a tearjerker. The game's almost over, and our hero, still weak after a short rest, steps up to bat. Hey, you totally get it. I honestly thought you wouldn't be into it so much. It's predictable, but it doesn't stop it from being awesome. Man, I forgot how good stories like these are. Alright, now that we're at the best part, let's go full speed till the end. Whew. What a ride. The hero totally kicks everyone's asses in the end. And that part where he's so exhausted that he, like, surges with power? It's like his senses heightened to a whole nother level. Would it be so freaking cool if we could do that? Think so? It's gonna be intense, you know. It's what separates the chumps from the masters. You can't just rely on raw strength. You gotta concentrate, let go of all that tension, then your power's all like womp, womp, womp. And then you unleash it like or maybe you power up like then you let her rip. That make sense? Dude, I think I might actually be able to pull this off. I gotta look into this more. Wanna read it one more time? Just the last part, I mean. my friend, wraps up the series. Being alone's fine, but with gems like this one, it's better to share the fun with a pal. I'll bring you something else next time. We should do this again when you're free. Let's call it a night, shall we? Man, I'm gonna sleep like a log.
You know what?
Oh man, this is a good one. So apparently Facebook is just filled with AI photos, and because the only people who are still on Facebook are brain dead and boomers, and I repeat myself. Like they're loving this shit, but it's all just fake nonsense.
Yeah, it's getting really, really good, this technology.
Yeah, because like there's still aspects to an AI image that you can tell it's AI. There's just something about it that like you can recognize that it's got that feature. But you got to wonder how many AI pictures out there don't have that, and you can't tell.
Right.
I feel like what it's at is that people are essentially taking their side as it is right now, which will be like a line in the sand kind of deal. Because where you're at right now, in the next couple of years, where you're at is just going to be where you're at for the rest of your life. Because anything and everything is just going to be deemed fake from here on out. So whatever notions you've already arrived to, as it is right now, whatever you believe right now is just that's it. That's your whole identity. That's what you're holding on to now. There's never going to be any opportunity to be confronted with contradictory information, because there will be plenty of contradictory information out there, but it's all going to be AI generated shit. You're not going to be able to tell what's real and what's not. But the only way that you could go about your life is just to assume that it's all fake, it's all nonsense, it's all bullshit. So I have a feeling as a result, the culture is probably going to stagnate for a very long period of time.
Well, what's really scary are the AI videos that people are starting to make now.
Bless you.
Because if they can make real-looking AI videos, it's all ogre. Alright guys, that's going to do it for tonight. I'll see you guys in the morning. Everyone have a good night.